In Kraków, a remarkable journey awaits you through time and culture, science and innovation. From the foundations of an ideal city, Nowa Huta, golden dream of socialism, to the medieval city center. Besides monuments entered on UNESCO Heritage List, Kraków has something else to offer. People. In Kraków every year, close to 200,000 people complete their higher education. This includes almost 6,000 foreigners. These are specialists in almost every field, from IT to biotechnology. No wonder that global players open their affiliates in Kraków. Kraków has become the center for modern services in Europe. Kraków is also a mecca for innovative business. From small catering units to internet startups, a few of them have become world-famous brand names. Our town is called the Polish Silicon Valley. By investing in infrastructure and transport systems, we draw closer to each other. Local public transport is considered to be the best in the country. The blue trams and buses carry 250,000 passengers each day. The map of the town shows that museums play a special role, especially those that have outstanding collections uncomparable with anything else in the world, as for instance the Museum of Aviation or the Wawel Royal Castle. Here you will find in this part of Europe the largest library with access to books that constitute not only Polish heritage but also that of all Europe. Old and modern architecture are the town's strong assets. In these interiors, not only are extraordinary concerts held, but also great sports and artistic events. One of these extraordinary places on the map of Kraków is the Malopolski Garden of Art, an area for the implementation of innovative art projects combining many fields of art. Kraków, due to its center of congress, has become one of the leading places in Europe where both cultural and trade events are organized. Kraków is increasingly associated with excellent cuisine. Its restaurants, offering both traditional Polish food dishes as well as those representing other, often distant lands, gain recognition amongst residents, tourists and culinary experts. Hidden in the medieval cellars or located in sophisticated townhouses, vibrant centers of social life may be found. Kraków is a town which is unique, intriguing and surprising. A unique mix of history and modernity inspires action. Experience Kraków.
Hello, welcome. We are in LifeScience Park during the fourth day of LifeScience Open Space 2022 event. Today we will deal with business tracks, two business tracks related to career and business development in life sciences. With me in studio already is Karolina Jarosińska, who will lead this afternoon session, morning session. Sorry, but it will come in 30 minutes. Now, let me remind you about yesterday. What happened yesterday? Few words about what happened during the Healthy Environments Day and Startups Scene Day 3. So, okay, yesterday, as mentioned, the day was devoted to healthier environs, and we were discussing in which way, if I can return back, in which way the environments in which we live influence our behavior, influence our state of the life from the perspective of cancer, fighting with the cancer, and because the notion is that environmental issues are the ones we may avoid, and that's the problem, because we may avoid, but we from the other point of view we cannot avoid, because we have to breathe, we have to live in the places we choose for the long time. So we created the environment, and we don't want to live in the same environment. So we did have yesterday. And that's something interesting in the statistics, what you see here now. We had yesterday 3 collaboration pitches and 5 experts presentations. Our partner yesterday in this session was Instytut Gospodarki Surowcami Mineralnymi i Energią, Polish Academy of Science. And as you see, 3 collaboration pitches and 5 experts presentations, which means that's kind of obvious. We are more talking about healthy issues than doing with this regarding the environments. That's interesting, but it's worth to talk before, because that will trigger probably in the near future some activities. And we did have some examples afternoon during the life science startup scene, which was devoted or involved few ecosystems from all over the Europe. We have partnered in this session with Startup Hub from Berliner Hochschule für Technik. As you know, Berlin is a very good place for startups, one of the best places for startups in Europe. And here we did have 4 startup pitches and 5 ecosystem experts, but those 5 ecosystem experts, it doesn't mean here that we are talking more than doing. Actually, those 5 ecosystem experts showed us a lot of activities and a lot of opportunities for collaboration. So quick review about yesterday's day. As mentioned before, our first morning session was devoted to environments, and we did have 4 speakers and discussing this issue. Very interesting. A lot of these discussions, these presentations were related to health, directly to health. So we just touched the issues related to environmental surrounding. And here the leader was from the institute I mentioned. Here we have Adam, who led the afternoon session, so we'll return back to this session later on. And during this afternoon session, I'm highlighting only the most interesting things, because there's too many things to touch upon. But after this afternoon session, we, for example, had the visitors from Europe. This is the Maren from Berlin, if I'm not mistaken. And if you can see, this is a Vision Health Pioneer Startup Color and Applied Data Incubator. She is very much involved in a lot of different activities. I'm showing her because he presented one of the very interesting proposal for collaboration, which starts this week. So you have to be quick to react for that. Healthy Planet Hackathon. This week, next week, so you have to react this week to be involved in this. And Healthy Planet Hackathon is exactly what we have been discussing yesterday. How to make the place how to create the place we want to live in, not to escape from. Then we did have some nice discussions between Adam and guests, Adam and guests during the presentations of startups. And afternoon presentations of startups, I would like to highlight only two, I believe. First is ASELMed. This is I'm highlighting this presentation because Wojciech is very active on the platform, which is nice to see how he was prepared to discussion, how he developed the information, presented information during the session and also before the session. When you go to the LSOS platform, you'll find a lot of information and a lot of opportunities to react and to connect with Wojciech. I'm highlighting him as a good example of using the conference and platform. Paweł Ciesielka, again, that was another startup showing us something interesting. Difficult to explain, but easy to discuss when you touch upon him. And this is example when maybe not. I'm not trying to say this is a wrong example, but I'm showing his because the presentation was very interesting, and he was kind of obliged to put this presentation into the platform in order to let other members of the community to learn and to make contacts with him, which is very important part of the conference and most important part of the conference. That was the short reminder of what happened yesterday. If you want to see the full program, you can go back to yesterday's sessions, and I will continue yesterday's sessions and watch it again and watch the parts you are most interested, and then you can go to the platform and find out the presentations which our speakers promised to upload if they did not do it yet. But again, few thoughts about the platform, because as I used to do from since Tuesday. What has changed? Because we are observing every day what is happening on the collaboration platform, and see here, as you see, since yesterday we have since Tuesday we have by the end of the yesterday we have 18 new users, 8 new companies, big companies, and one new startups, one new research organization, and one new investor. I claimed yesterday, or I complained yesterday, that we have only 3. Now we have 4 investors on the platform. I think we need more. So investors, please come on and register, because startups are looking after you. You see, there's 57 startups waiting how to make connections. And this is the user statistics. So now we have on the platform 209 organizations, which is pretty nice, and this number is growing every day. This usage map, which I presented yesterday, I tried to make this usage map more precise. Still, I don't know how this works. So, what this map is showing up, and in which context this usage is presented. But it's still nice to see that there is a lot of activities in Poland and in Germany, some in UK. And also in Spain, which is normal because that was there are the guests we have during this session, during this event. These are the guests from these places, and they are pretty active, as you see. Since Tuesday, 1,795 more activities on the platform. On the right side, if you can read from your perspective, you will find the most wanted keywords in search, and the most wanted keyword is drug discovery. So I'm just showing this to you to show you that the platform works when you are on the platform and when you are using this to your advantage. Yet another statistic: interactions, because interactions is also very important. I believe this is a picture of interactions from all over the day, or no, this is from 1 week, so it's growing. since last it has grown since the last week, and the 236 organizations were involved in these interactions. Sorry, here we see how often they interact, and we don't see at this moment what are the interactions. But it's important that you are active, and it's important, and we see where it is happening. So it's good. Welcome again to the platform, and please use it to your advantage. And that's all for this moment. To summarize yesterday. Today I expect a lot from these two sessions, because it used to be very interesting to discuss not only on the subjects, meritocratic subjects like health technologies, food technologies, environmental technologies. I remind you that we've been talking about these three value chains related to fight with the cancer. And today we will have two sessions. One is career paths, careers, and our expert from Kraków Klaster community, LifeScience Klaster community. Karolina, 2 words about what will happen, or you don't want to?
Good morning, everyone. I hope that you will have some time to grasp a cup of coffee. Before we start our session, just a short introduction. So we will go through 3 sections. We would like to start with extremely interesting and inspiring person who founded a startup, and right now it's an interesting company fighting with cancer. Yeah.
Good.
And the second session will be dedicated to discussion related to how to build winning teams and companies as well. I think it's very important to know the strategies from our experts, very experienced people. And the last one will be what we started from a couple of years ago, like showcases, presentations of companies that are growing and looking for people, talents. Yeah, exactly.
And saying that, we have to mention that we know that this session will be transmitted also to students. So not only on the platform, but also in universities. So it's a very good idea. So thank you, Karolina. Thank you, everybody. This was the short introduction for today, and we will meet in 16 or 17 minutes, and now a short break, or as we used to, commercials.
And coffee break.
And coffee.
MSIP, czyli Miejski System Informacji Przestrzennej. To narzędzie, które pomaga wszystkim zainteresowanym w podejmowaniu decyzji i w poznaniu przestrzeni i infrastruktury Krakowa. Jako zintegrowany system do wspomagania zarządzania miastem, realizuje zadania gromadzenia, przetwarzania i udostępniania danych. Sercem MSIP są mapy. Do ich tworzenia zbierane są dane ze świata rzeczywistego, a następnie przekształca się je i przenosi w wirtualny świat, dostępny dla każdego użytkownika internetu. Portal jest nieocenionym źródłem informacji. Wspieramy urzędników w podejmowaniu ważnych decyzji. Pomagamy w rozwoju. Zwiększamy wydajność zarządzania miastem. W miarę wzrostu potrzeb biznesowych wykorzystanie map prowadzi do usprawnienia procesów inwestycyjnych. Pomożemy, niezależnie od tego, czym się zajmujesz. Jesteś architektem, geodetą, rzeczoznawcą czy przedsiębiorcą poszukującym nowych miejsc pod inwestycje. Na portalu dowiesz się jak, gdzie, kiedy, za ile i dlaczego. Uzyskaj informacje nie wychodząc z domu, gdzie znajduje się nieruchomość. Możesz sprawdzić podłączenie mediów do działki, czy działka jest przygotowana do budowy oraz dowiedz się, jakie są plany rozwoju miasta. Tworzymy nowoczesne społeczeństwo informacyjne. MSIP to skuteczne narzędzie wyszukiwania różnorodnych informacji dla celów edukacyjnych oraz wspierania rozwoju inwestycji prywatnych. Lokalne inicjatywy społeczne i ekologiczne korzystają z danych MSIP przy planowaniu i zgłaszaniu projektów. Wspieramy naukę. Zobacz, jak było kiedyś i co się zmieniło. Kontroluj planowane kierunki rozwoju miasta i jego zabudowy. Skomponuj mapę według własnych wymagań. Przeglądaj kompozycje mapowe w aplikacji mobilnej, online i offline, gdy nie masz dostępu do internetu. Nie pozostawaj obojętny na problemy miasta. Zapisz się do naszego newslettera i bądź na bieżąco. Masz pomysł? Napisz. Wejdź i się przekonaj.
In Kraków, a remarkable journey awaits you through time and culture, science and innovation. From the foundations of an ideal city, Nowa Huta, golden dream of socialism, to the medieval city center. Besides monuments entered on UNESCO Heritage List, Kraków has something else to offer. People. In Kraków every year, close to 200,000 people complete their higher education. This includes almost 6,000 foreigners. These are specialists in almost every field, from IT to biotechnology. No wonder that global players open their affiliates in Kraków. Kraków has become the center for modern services in Europe. Kraków is also a mecca for innovative business. From small catering units to internet startups, a few of them have become world-famous brand names. Our town is called the Polish Silicon Valley. By investing in infrastructure and transport systems, we draw closer to each other. Local public transport is considered to be the best in the country. The blue trams and buses carry 250,000 passengers each day. The map of the town shows that museums play a special role, especially those that have outstanding collections uncomparable with anything else in the world, as for instance the Museum of Aviation or the Wawel Royal Castle. Here you will find in this part of Europe the largest library with access to books that constitute not only Polish heritage but also that of all Europe. Old and modern architecture are the town's strong assets. In these interiors, not only are extraordinary concerts held, but also great sports and artistic events. One of these extraordinary places on the map of Kraków is the Malopolski Garden of Art, an area for the implementation of innovative art projects combining many fields of art. Kraków, due to its center of congress, has become one of the leading places in Europe where both cultural and trade events are organized. Kraków is increasingly associated with excellent cuisine. Its restaurants, offering both traditional Polish food dishes as well as those representing other, often distant lands, gain recognition amongst residents, tourists and culinary experts. Hidden in the medieval cellars or located in sophisticated townhouses, vibrant centers of social life may be found. Kraków is a town which is unique, intriguing and surprising. A unique mix of history and modernity inspires action. Experience Kraków.
Good morning. I hope you had a chance to get coffee and you're ready to spend some time with us discussing extremely interesting careers in life sciences. This is the topic that we like the most. Why? Because we work in that field. So let me start from the beginning. My name is Karolina Jarosińska, and I am a founder of ExecMind. This is a headhunting boutique company dedicated to life sciences industry. And since a couple of years, I have a privilege and honor to moderate this session in terms of careers, career paths, and selections in terms of life sciences industry. So last year we started an interesting panel which was dedicated to give you the stories about not only women, also men, of course, but founders of biotech companies who had this career path from being scientist to CEO and founder of the company. So we titled this series "Inspiring Biotech Executive Stories," and I have the honor to invite my guest, Dr. Magdalena Kordon-Kiszała from Into DNA, CEO and co-founder. Magda, I need to introduce you, and it's not an easy task, trust me. Magda earned her PhD in cell biophysics at Jagiellonian University in Kraków. She was also a visiting PhD student at UC Davis Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory and University of Massachusetts Medical School. Magda has research background in biophysics, cell biology, and the fields of biology of cell nucleus, chromatin structure, DNA damage repair, and CRISPR-Cas biology. Co-inventor on a patent describing the highly sensitive technique of detection of free ends of DNA in situ in cells, devoted to science and music, especially violin. A co-founder and CEO of Into DNA, a biotech company that helps the industry to detect DNA damages in order to accelerate drug discovery and development programs. So Magda, in the morning, do you prefer tea or coffee?
Coffee, definitely. I'm a coffee person.
Yeah. I start with tea, but later needs to be coffee. All right, so let's start our discussion. So what drives you to get up in the morning and do what you do? What is your motivation, actually, and what inspires you the most?
Well, it's a very interesting question. First of all, thank you for the invitation. I'm very glad that we can have this chat and I can share a bit of my experience with others. So regarding the motivation, I think that it's very simple, but I just love what we're doing at Into DNA, you know, and to see it growing, like to see our technology growing, to learn the feedback from our customers, from our partners who develop oncology drugs, where you really feel you have impact on patients, right? It's an unprecedented value in life, because you just feel that that's the motivation, that's the driver to push you to do things, but then it's incredibly rewarding. And I think that this feeling of, like when you achieve something, when you wrap up a project, when you get feedback from the customer, when you have a customer who comes back and says, okay, the next stage is this and that, and we want to do it with you guys because, you really make life easier for us. That's something that really gives me energy. And, that's this other type of coffee you can get every day in the morning.
Nice. Great to hear that. I hear this passion in your voice. And so let's talk about fascination. Why biology field? Why did you decide to spend years deep diving into the DNA sphere, actually. Why?
Well, let me maybe start from the beginning, and it's not that obvious. I actually was, I loved physics and maths in the high school, you know. I had nothing to do with biology back then. But at some point when I was, when I was sort of like picking up the subject I would like to take at the university and, pick the direction, I was thinking that I would really like to do something that's going to have impact in a way, that it's not going to be just pure theory, that it's going to be useful to achieve certain goals, to provide this impact or this value to the world. I mean, like these are like big words, but in the end of the day, this is what it is, right? And I think that a part of the inspiration also came from my dad, who was a doctor. And he was sort of like, always showing me how biology, the nature is beautiful. And you sort of could, think of, like learning his stories about his patients, about, the work he was doing every day. I had a feeling that, well, there needs to be some sort of like a synergy, some sort of like a field where things overlap. And I could potentially apply this love to physics and combine it with biology. And then I learned about, this department of biophysics at the University. It seemed to me super exciting and very interesting. So just out of being sort of like interested in things and learning things, I decided to go that way. And that was the beginning of the adventure with biology, to be very honest, because I wasn't a very, I don't want to say good student, but, like in high school, I was purely focused on maths, physics, and these areas, and music, apart from that, because I played the violin, as you've already mentioned. So yeah, and during the studies, I think that it was wonderful because this was like a really interdisciplinary journey we experienced at the university, and I think that touching different subjects, in some cases we had like a deeper dive into what's going on, learning about nanoscale, learning about macro scale. That was really beautiful, and that really seeing this sort of combination of maths, like physics, those tools that you use for sometimes pure theory or like just to describe the world. We could describe this world of like cell biology, molecular biology, etc. And this is what we were learning to do. And I think that was the moment when I had this subject, cell biophysics, where we learned a lot about cell nucleus. What's more, we were using those fantastic tools, which were like confocal microscopes, to like have like a zoom into the cell world. That was fascinating, and I think I was inspired by the people who were our teachers as well. They made me like start loving it in a way, and I started it started crystallizing, Plus, I think that if you think of it, everything starts from DNA, right? I mean, that's the essence of life. So
Beautiful said.
Yeah. But you need to think of it this way, that sort of the impact you have on DNA may have impact on your health, on your life's quality, etc. So I think that was all sort of like directing me into finding my way and finding my pathway to really develop myself, but also think of having this real impact that I was dreaming of when I was starting my studies. So that was the start of everything.
Wow, thanks for sharing this story. So DNA tricked you to set up a company?
Well, it's a question whether it's in my DNA. I don't think so, to be honest. No, I think that, everything started from pure science and research. The founders of InterDNA, we were all research scientists at the university doing our job, trying to really discover new things like, the investigating mechanisms responsible for DNA damage repair, trying to understand what's the biology of DNA, what's the biology of the nucleus. And we we kept asking the same questions. I'm like all of us, we had different projects, but they were in a way overlapping, as you may imagine. And at some point we realized that we were actually struggling with this very similar problem, which basically was lack of available tools to do our job. And we decided to develop our own tools at some point because we got pretty frustrated. And, we had multiple discussions and at some point we came up with this idea which was the beginning of Stride Technologies. Stride Technologies is the platform that we're currently developing at Into DNA. And first it was purely research tool. So we're using it in the lab. We were using it just for our own purposes. But at some point we realized there was more and more interest from the outside of our lab, also from the outside of the academia. And I think that we were sort of like incubating that idea in a way, but we thought that, if we want to develop it further and we really want it to grow and we really want to think of maybe like commercialization, who's going to do it better than ourselves, right? It was our baby. It's like, you don't want other people to have, impact on how your baby grows and how your baby develops. So, that led us to thinking that probably the best idea of how we want to move forward with it is to start our own business and start a startup company and just give it a try. And I think we got a lot of support from the environment, from the people who are around us. I think we were lucky to have them because they were, sort of like pushing us, encouraging us to go for it, try it. You can always give up, right? You can always quit. But then, they didn't know that we never quit. So that's the thing.
Wow. So you have worked on DNA break detection with a couple of friends, scientists during university from Jagiellonian University. But working at university and working in a company are two different words, right? So True. What advantages gave you the university background? And did you get any help in acquiring business knowledge and business skills?
Of course. Well, in terms of the scientific or academic background, I think that, what we do at Into DNA is very deeply rooted in science. So in a way, we all had to remain scientists deeply in our hearts. So this curiosity, this passion to learn, to gain knowledge, the persistence as well in a way. These are the things that I think we develop, in the lab, in an academic lab. Also creativity for sure. This is something that you get when you run research projects. You have to be very creative very often. And this interest in what we do, right? We just loved the idea of developing Stride. We just loved the idea of providing it to a broader audience. We were interested in the DNA per se, so we were basically doing what we loved, right? So that was a very nice continuation, but in a different environment for sure. And definitely things need to happen a lot quicker. The decision-making processes are completely different when you run a business and when you're in the industry. And at first we had no idea what we were doing, to be very honest. We just wanted to do it. That was it. And that was period, we really needed to learn from the scratch and gain the experience. And I think that we're trying to be, fast learners for sure. And we, as I said, we were pretty lucky to be surrounded by people who had already some experience, some of them huge experience in running their own businesses, startup companies, very successful. But we also looked for help in terms of the biotech sector specifically. So we applied to this accelerator in the UK. It's BioCity UK. Right now they're called We Are Pioneers. I think that's the name of the company. But I think that that was super helpful, and it really accelerated our, I would say, transformation process from being pure scientists to becoming entrepreneurs, but staying, scientists deeply in our hearts, obviously. But I think that, these two things were key in terms of really choosing the direction and gaining some sort of a shape in terms of business model, etc., etc. So that was it, I think.
Wow. Thank you. So let's go back for a moment to your journey in acquiring this business knowledge. You mentioned UK Accelerator. So what are your key takeaways from that program? Could you share us some thoughts with us?
Well, I think that the biggest take-home message and the most important one, and I think it's something that enabled us to build our strengths as into DNA, is that when you start a business, a startup, you have to be really, really customer-oriented, if you know what I mean. Because, things like passion about what you're doing, this is something that you have to sort of like have when you decide to start a business, right? But, we had plenty of ideas. We were like a group of people, very creative people who were sort of like thinking of, we're going to use it here, there, and we're going to do all the things, at once. Mm-hmm. And, one first thing that we learned during the accelerated program is that actually you need to focus because, there are 3 of you, for example, and it's very hard when there are just 3 of you to, cover, let's say, 50 markets at once, right? And deliver value to all the customers all over the world. So that was the first thing, but it was all driven by this customer-oriented approach. So trying to understand the needs of our customers, really having learning how to do the market research. But we had to do it from scratch. We had to interview people. We had to go out, talk to them. Sometimes even going, going beyond your bubble, comfort zone. So that was, I think that's I would say that this is one of the most important, the key values that we gained in the accelerator. Obviously, another, unprecedented value is the fact that we got access to the network of people in the accelerator, and that was super helpful. Plenty of advisors, plenty of other entrepreneurs who could share their experience. You could learn from them, basically, and that was great. And, access to our first customers as well. So that's
wow, that sounds amazing, having a first customer from that program. And when it comes to oncology, do you see that the turning point that you had, that you decided to jump into this field?
Yeah, I mean that's well, it was a journey for sure. Because, as I said, when we came to the accelerator, when we started the business, we had a list of over 20 potential markets, and we had one idea which we loved a lot, and I think it's a beautiful idea in a way, and it's still valid. But we had to sort of be very analytical when making decisions, and we first came to the accelerator thinking that we're going to develop a diagnostic tool, but to be more specific, we wanted to develop a diagnostic tool in the field of male infertility. So that was the whole concept around which we were building the pitch deck. We were pitching that idea to everyone, and we were doing that through our journey during the accelerated program. But what the people from BioCity did was that they were challenging us continuously and challenging that idea. They at some point made us challenge the idea as well. So we created a list of criteria where we were sort of evaluating different markets, different target markets. We had we were evaluating obviously the size of a market, its existence, the let's say the need that is in the market. That's all again, we had to do it through the customer research, customer characterization, and customer profiling. And I think that talking to people, to multiple representatives from different markets, we at some point got to the place where we met people from the oncology field, a small biotech company based in Cambridge, UK. I mean, they're not small anymore, but they've been very, very successful. And actually, we were lucky that we met them. It happened by accident in a way, because one of the people we met in the BioCity at one of the sessions, she said, "Okay, I'm going to introduce you to this and that person. Can you talk to them? I think they might need something like what you're developing." And it was a company it is a company that is developing targeted therapeutics, next generation oncology drugs that actually target specifically DNA damage response in the cancer cells, and they're by interfering with that, they're trying to kill the cancer cells specifically, but not to affect too much the normal cells in the organism. So beautiful idea, right? And when I went to that first meeting, I do remember driving from the airport, like taking a cab from the airport to the office. There were just 12 of them. There were just 3 of us. We were like small companies. But I had a meeting with a CSO and the current VP of biology, and I told them, I first asked them the questions, about their needs. How are they dealing with the problems? What tools are they using? How are they thinking of effective drug development? How are they thinking of, making it time cost effective, et cetera, et cetera. And then I presented straight to them. But, during that meeting, I had this growing, a feeling in me that, these are the people actually that are dealing with exactly the same problems we were dealing in the academia, So they're sort of in the on the same level of the need of, of problem solving, let's call it that way, in terms of trying to really investigate or trying to really learn, the aspects related to DNA integrity, DNA damage, etc. And when I, started my presentation, I finished it. The first question I heard from the CSO was, "Hey, how can I get it?" And that was I was like, "Oh, okay. Does that mean that this is the first sales meeting I'm having?" But I think that this was the pivotal moment where we sort of had to reevaluate our initial idea. We had to really make it wasn't easy because you get very devoted to your ideas, right? Especially if you're a scientist, you're convinced that you're right and that's the right direction. But we had to really switch to this more analytical mode, become less emotional about it, and really, see that there is a huge opportunity ahead of us, and it's actually ready. It's ready for us, and it's ready for our technology. And, it was back then it was an emerging market, and we had an opportunity as well to grow with it, and this is basically what has been happening for the last several years, that we've been growing with this part of the oncology drug development field. Plus, then when we realized what these guys are trying to do, we got fascinated by their ideas of how they're designing drugs, how they're thinking of, approaching cancer treatments. That was amazing, and I think that we needed to sort of get objective and again reevaluating the idea, as I've said. But I think that the moment we heard, "Hey, how can I get it?" we were pretty convinced that that's the way, and probably here we can really have impact, and here we can immediately deliver value. And it's a beautiful thing that you're doing if you can accelerate or help people be more effective at oncology drug development. So,
that's a really fascinating story. And do you think that reinventing the idea that you had on the beginning of setting up into DNA was the biggest challenge that you faced during that time, or you would like to highlight something different?
I think that it wasn't. It was a challenge for sure, but I think that we were trying to, as I've said, we were trying to be driven by, by our brains, an analytical thinking, let's call it that way, not necessarily the emotions. And when we really had a list of scores, criteria, to go over different markets, including the infertility diagnostics market, we're kind of okay. What's the level of risk? What's the size of the market? What's the, how long will it take before we can get to the market in a way? Is it a market that already exists, et cetera, et cetera? What's the level of need? What's the level of opportunity? And, it was maths in general. So that was very mathematical, where we just, got numbers, got scores, and apparently, the DDR therapeutics market seemed to be the most appropriate and the most, let's say, accurate for a company like us. But I think that the biggest challenge I had then was to actually go through this transformation from being, as I've said, the thinking process or the way of making decisions had to change in comparison to what I had in, at the university, in the academia, and to really become the CEO in terms of making decisions and really pushing things forward.
And so I would like to ask, what is your biggest dream as a scientist and as a CEO?
I think it's basically the mission that we're trying to follow and actually achieve at some point. Well, basically we were driven by a certain level of a need when we were developing the technology, and I think that we the founders could see the value immediately, right? And we knew that something that we have in our hands is I don't want to say pure gold in a way. So I would like to really see people, like in 10 years from now, who do deal with DNA damage. And by the way, DNA damage, we have to deal with it in multiple different areas. As I've said, it's the essence of life. To think of Stride as the first thing to use in terms of evaluation of the quality of DNA, of the quality, like a sort of like also like a health marker of a cell, but also maybe of the organism. And I think that we're on a good path to really get to the point where it's going to become like a sort of an X-ray for DNA damage, if you know what I mean. So we really want to have it as the first thing people think of when they think, okay, we have to evaluate DNA damage, we have to evaluate DNA breaks and the quality of DNA at the end of the day. What are we using? The first thought would be Stride.
Nice to hear that. So I keep my fingers crossed. And if you look back at your decisions regarding science, business, so do you have a moment that you think, oh gosh, I could have done this completely different or in a different time, slower, faster?
Sure. I mean, I think we have it every day. You have to sort of be, we're trying to pursue perfection and excellence in our everyday jobs and of everything we do. But if I was about to list certain things, I think that one of the things that I would have done differently now is when we started the business, probably I would be more. I would put more rigor on being faster or quicker at making the decisions about the target market, actually. Being less attached to the initial idea, being more analytical at rather earlier than later. Now I'm thinking that I don't want to say we sort of like wasted time during our incubation period, which was almost a year, but we could have done that faster for sure.
Thank you. And my last question, you play violin. So do you think that music somehow help you to understand science?
Well, I think that, music is a perfect training for your brain. And for me, it was always an escape, model from reality. So I think it helps me to deal with things in a way that when you play, you just focus on playing and you just sort of like, you get this sort of like emotional vent, if you know what I mean. And I think that it's in a way like training you to, in terms of thinking differently, maybe being more creative, et cetera, et cetera. So definitely I would say that it must have had something to do with, learning process, with self-development, etc. Another thing that I may mention is very down to earth and very practical, is that when you go to the music school when you're a kid and you start very early, you very quickly need to acquire those skills to be well organized and to be very, I would say, conscious regarding the time and, tasks that you've got on the list, and be very effective at what you do. And I think that's one of these skills I gained when I was kid, because of the fact that I had 2 schools and I had to be really, sort of like juggling with a calendar even back then. So that's very helpful in a way, both when you're a scientist and you have to pursue very, long protocols and long experiments in the lab, and you have to be well organized in order to not to waste reagents, time, effort. But especially in the business, I think that, having this approach is like, to be hardworking, but well organized as well. Mm-hmm. That's super important.
I wish I could start it to play on some instruments.
It's never too late. Never too late.
Thank you. So we are getting to the end of our discussion, but so what would you like to achieve in next year as a company, as a person?
Well, we're definitely pursue like very fast growth, and we've been growing quite effectively throughout the last year. So we want to keep the growth in terms of the business on the level it is currently. But another, I would say, very important thing for us is we've entered we've started our clinical engagement. By that I mean that we started working on real clinical samples, patient-derived samples, and that's amazing when you see the samples coming from the medical sites to your lab, where you do the analysis of that, and that's basically directly linked to the decisions made on the further drug development. We definitely want to start growing within that area in the coming months, and we're quite rigorous at executing this particular plan. We've already initiated actually a few months ago. And me personally, I think that I want to keep the passion that we have, and I want to still, we're having a fantastic team, by the way. So I'm hoping that we will keep growing the team and keep creating this sort of culture environment also for people to feel like they can grow, and that they can sort of use their passion to science in a more practical way. But that's. Wow. I hope that's answering the question. So,
thank you very much for this discussion.
My pleasure.
Or maybe you would like to add something. You would like to, share some thoughts at the end.
Yeah, maybe one thing too, because I assume that there are plenty of people who have plenty of ideas, and I think that it's what I can just say. It's just worth trying if you want to sort of start your own business or your own startup, or even try to commercialize it in a different way. It's definitely worth giving it a try, and just be brave, be resilient, and be determined. So that's, if I may give any advice, that's probably the ones that and don't lose passion. That's also very important.
Oh, yeah. So this is a very good ending of our fireside chat. So thank you very much, Magda. And please stay here.
Sure.
Don't go. Right now, I would like to invite you for our panel discussion regarding building winning teams and companies. So Magda, I believe that you would like to share some thoughts about this with the audience and with our next experts. So I would like to present here. Yeah, we have our panelists. So hello, Sophie. Hello, Ala. Are you okay? Yeah, okay. Do you hear me?
We hear you well. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning. It's nice to hear you and nice to see you. So let me start with I would like to give a short intro to our panel. Magda, I hope that we will manage to discuss here in the studio. So I am very pleased to introduce the panelists who will deal today with the very important topic. So how to build winning teams and companies. And we have here three incredible entrepreneurs and scientists, businesswomen, equipped with biotech scientific expertise after PhD studies and years spent in the industry. So it was my short intro of three of us. But I would like to ask you to give us a short insight about your scientific and business background. So, Sophie, could you give us an intro and introduce ourselves? Yeah.
Sure. So, hello, everyone. Thank you, Carolina, first for the invitation to join this morning. I'm very pleased to be able to join online. So my name is Sophie Zettel, and I'm currently Chief Business Officer at Sabina, which is a biotech incubator and accelerator. based in Vienna in Austria, where we look after early stage companies and invest in early stage life science opportunities. I also serve in C-level positions on a number of startups that I've co-founded in the life science space, in the drug discovery area. And I also run a small investment fund here at Sabina, where we look at investing in very early stage, so pre-seed life science opportunities. My scientific background, I was originally a scientist, as you've heard from Carolina. I have a PhD in postdoctoral research in molecular oncology, but I decided fairly early on that I didn't want to stay personally as a research scientist, but I had more interest in the business side of the life science field. I wanted to still use my science that I'd learned, but move into the business area. So I started my career around 20 years ago, working in technology transfer in a number of universities in London, where I'm from. And then I moved into industry. So I was in pharma for a number of years in business development, so working on licensing and collaborations. But for the last 10 years, I've been in the biotech space, both as a co-founder and a business development person, working in a number of different biotech companies. And now I really work on the very early stage, so looking at how to build new companies out of exciting technologies that are coming out. So thanks again for the invitation. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sophie. It's a fascinating story. So, Alla, could you introduce yourself?
Listening to Sophie's introduction, a lot of what she said sounds very much like me, and I was a little bit afraid. You know, I'm going to confuse you all with how many things I'm involved in. But the profiles between me and Sophie are similar. We are both scientists by training, both PhDs. I have a PhD in biochemistry and molecular biology from University of Chicago. I also work with startups. So for over a decade, I've been advising, mentoring young startups. I also invest myself in early stage startups. Couple differentiators. I also worked with venture capital, advising venture capital as well on investment opportunity assessment. For a while, I've been working in Fortune 500 company as a team lead on a new technology. I was working on a new diagnostic platform with Abbott Diagnostics. I'm passionate about diagnostics and medical devices. Right now, they compose of a minority of the market share in healthcare, but especially diagnostics affect a majority of the decision making. So diagnostics are my big passion. And another differentiator between me and Sophie is that I also work in nonprofits. I've been a president of Women in Bio for a couple of years, vice president and then president, which is an organization for women in all walks of life science, from classroom to boardroom, we call it. So through the entire spectrum of the career. And I really support women in those types of jobs. And then I also took on a role of a CEO in an organization that's very dear to me. It's called Polonium Foundation. And it is a global organization originating in UK, registered in Poland, and connecting and showcasing Polish origin scientists all over the world. There's a ton of us, not only women, also men, that do great things across the continents. And you're going to hear more about the Polonium Foundation in a bit from our CBO, Aga Gawda. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Alla. That was impressive. So, Magda, just a few words about your background and from scientific and business perspective.
Yeah, I'll try to be as quick as possible. So, I'm a biophysicist by training, as we've already discussed. So I did my PhD in cell biophysics, always focusing on DNA damage, the biology of DNA, the biology of cell nucleus. And I gained my PhD at the University, but I did a great part of it, was actually performed, part of experimental work was performed in the US at either UC Davis, Cold Spring Harbor Labs, and UMass Medical School. Since 2017, I was purely focusing on the business development, and I became a CEO and founder of InterDNA. So basically, the platform, as we talked about it, the platform that we're developing, Stride, was a side product in a way of my PhD project. So everything started back in the days in the academia, but right now I purely moved to the business. I'm far away from the bench these days, however, so I told you what we do at InterDNA is deeply rooted in science, so I get a chance to get involved in multiple fascinating scientific discussions. So,
thank you. Thank you to all of you. So I would like to focus our discussion today on career paths, but also how to build teams and companies. But let me start with that question. So, what do you think about the opportunities that would drive careers in health innovations and healthcare for the next decade? So, I mean, what options have emerged and will emerge in the next couple of years? So, maybe I will start with Sophie. You are involved in many startups from accelerator point of view. So, I believe that you have seen dozens of interesting opportunities here.
Yeah, sure. Happy to kick off this discussion. I mean, I think that, if you look at some of the trends going on in the industry, I mean, my personal focus is more on drug development, where Alla, yours is more in the diagnostic field. But I think the boom area that we're seeing is in the digital health field, personalized medicines, these kind of areas, when the skills that you need to develop those kind of products, I really see as a massive growth area. I also see that because of the increased use of bioinformatics and this kind of area in a number of fields, because this is always an area that, that I think there's going to be a boom and a real need for talented people working in these areas. More on the area that I personally work in, when I started my career was working in pharma. It was very much a very different space there, where most of the work was done in-house. So it was very much invented here philosophy. But I feel that this has completely changed and will continue to change going forward. There's a lot more outward-looking work done in the pharma industry, when really bigger companies are looking to collaborate with smaller, innovative companies. So that really sows the seed for innovation and entrepreneurship. So we see that new biotech companies, and hearing about what Magdalena was talking about, new innovative companies with a team that really wants to push forward innovative ideas. This is really what the industry from a large company perspective is looking for. So maybe Alla, I'll let you say a few words as well.
Thank you. So Alla, what is your opinion here?
Thanks, Sophie, and thanks, Carolina. There are a few trends that I'm observing, and regarding to diagnostics, I do believe that there's going to be more efforts to do early diagnostics and then monitoring, but also diagnostics really grow in pair with therapeutics development. So, for example, what 23andMe or Viome are doing as companies, they're using also the big population data to help driving, not even as diagnostics, but help driving drug development. There's going to be definitely more point of care or self-diagnostic tools, and those are the directions that I see in terms of where the startups are being populated. It's less and the large machines and more the assays that people can do in their home, in the comfort of their home, and kind of check, for many different diseases, there's going to be emerging set of either point of care or self-diagnostics. So that's one of my observations. And another one is something that I'm very passionate. It's sustainability. And with diagnostics especially, but also with medical devices, you can see that the field is a little bit lagging in terms of waste creation. A lot of the waste is biohazard waste. And I think the field, sooner or later, and I really hope sooner, is going to start using alternative materials, biodegradables. Not all the tests have to be in plastic cassettes. Most of them, in fact, don't have to. Such as COVID tests, we've all seen it. It was a sea of personal little tests that were of different sizes plastics. And I think those types of personal tests are going to be being developed, but they're going to have to be done a little bit more mindfully in terms of waste creation and in terms, of also client, patient-facing marketing. So that's the second thing. And the third thing, and I'm going to be very brief about it because I know we are going to talk about it a little bit more later, but presence of women. Presence of women in higher executive positions in the C-suite on boards is going to really affect and change that field, I think, for the better. And that's why I'm very glad to be on this panel. That's why I'm very glad to meet Sophie and to meet Magdalena and to network with you ladies as well.
Thank you, Ala. So let me address also this question to Magda. So do you see some new opportunities that will emerge soon or emerging right now, especially in your field? You work also in a, let's say, diagnostic area.
Yes, we are in a way, and thank you, Sophie and Ella, for this the introduction in a way, because I want to potentially elaborate on what you've said. I think that we are in the field of personalized medicine, and I do see that this is the big thing in terms of further therapeutic development, and it's not only oncology actually, which is obviously like an emerging need, and we're still there's a lot to be done around this area. But we, for example, recently started working with startup companies that are built around the concept of building such, personalized approaches in neurodegenerative diseases. So there are, multiple potential further applications of this approach. So that's one thing. And what's beautiful about this approach is actually that it's combining therapeutic development with diagnostic development, because personalized medicine does not exist without proper diagnostics. You cannot make good decisions and effectively develop such targeted drugs, targeted therapies. So that's one thing that I maybe wanted to make a comment about. But I think that there are a few pillars to the drivers in the biotech industry these days. If you look at it, zoom out and look at it, I think that there are plenty of opportunities in the field of synthetic biology, and it can be both in the therapeutic area as well as in the the bioproduction area, like scaling your production, in fighting climate change. You could endlessly list potential applications, and I think that what I love about the dynamics in the market and the field is that there are more and more interdisciplinary projects, and more of it has been mentioned, collaboration between large pharma companies, for example, with smaller entities. There's trust and then relationships built around that case. If you think of interdisciplinary projects, you have bioinformaticians, software developers working with scientists in the lab, and they need to find the common language. They need to understand each other, but they're basically working to achieve the same goal, which is beautiful, because you're starting to apply different tools in order to be more effective at growth and delivering the value. So yeah, maybe that's just a bit of a comment to what has been already said, but I totally agree with what Sophie and Ella observe, and I think that these are the things maybe I would like to add on top of that.
Yeah, thank you. Ala, you also touched a very interesting topic, like women in C-level and advisory boards. We will get back to this topic soon. But first, I would like to ask you about what would be your strategy if you were building winning teams and companies, and how could we ensure our company is always ahead of its competitors? So maybe Ala, would you like to start?
Sure, of course. I think when startups are being built these days and over last decade, they kind of follow the path, or they used to follow the path of the big corporate. So they were trying to make a small corporate in a context of their team. And what I'm observing right now is that that type of approach is not working as well as building team a little differently. So what was mentioned just before about multidisciplinary project and being able to work with people that have different perspective and people that have different expertise, and listening to each other and being able to be on the same page, and maybe learning another discipline, not being, I'm just expert in this and I don't care about anything else. I think that's the strategy. Basically embracing other people, other types of expertise, learning new things. Or when I'm building a team, I want to make sure that people are represented as well. One of the best leaders that I've ever sat in the meeting room at was a guy, nothing wrong about it, but he was the guy that wouldn't leave the room until everybody in the room spoke. Even the quiet person, even the most introvert person, and not forcing them to speak, encouraging them to speak, asking them, what do you think? And listening. And I think that's the approach that's been missing in industry, especially large industry, where the pace takes over a little bit of those human interactions. But when it comes to innovation, and when it comes to brainstorming, and when it comes to actually coming up with the solutions that are new and different, are not beaten path, we also, in terms of the way we do the teamwork, we cannot follow the beaten path where, the alpha male takes charge, and male or female, doesn't matter. But there is just like one authoritarian figure that is telling everybody what to do. That's not how it's going to work for a good company to succeed. So that's my take on it.
Yeah, thank you for sharing this. So, Sophie, you also have experience in co-founding the companies. So, could you share some thoughts with us on this particular topic?
Yeah, sure. So I co-founded Sabina, where I'm at now, but I've also co-founded a number of drug discovery companies, and it's been a mixed bag. If I'm honest with you. And I think I really pick up on a lot of points that Ala made, that very often in this industry, you do come across the authoritarian alpha person in the group who it's my way or no way. And that, in my opinion, is a very outdated way of running a team. What's absolutely fundamental is that you have a team which has good dynamics when you're starting a company, who understands whose role is whose and how the decisions are made. And I see a lot of early companies failing, unfortunately, because of this, because the team is the fundamental part of a company. Like I said, I've had a mixed bag of experience with different companies that I've worked with, and a lot of it has come down to how the team works. Obviously, when you start a company, and I think that's something that Magdalena said in her earlier talk, you have to really focus on the market, obviously. You have to find out where your project is going. And if you have a team that's not willing to change direction and really say, oh, actually, our first thoughts is this is not where the product goes, or there is not a need here, we have to change direction. That is fundamentally important. And so you need to have a team. And when I'm building teams, you have to have a team that will allow every voice to be heard. Absolutely valid point that I fully agree with what Ala said. And also, you know, you need to have people that do have the vision to be able to deliver on that. And like I said, it's a mixed bag, and it comes with experience on how you work with different people, because of course everyone has different personalities. But when I've worked with VCs, especially US VCs, they've always said to me, the team is the fundamental thing that they invest in. Of course, the science has to be fantastic and the diligence has to pass out, but without a winning team, it's very hard for them to fund a company.
Yep, well said. Thank you for this. And Magda, you are involved as co-founder, CEO, obviously, in managing and building the company and the team as well. So what works in your company that you are really proud of in terms of leadership and team building?
Yeah, I think that's one of the key. Well, there are plenty of those, obviously, but the key features that we're looking for and we very, very much value is the passion and being passionate about the impact we have and like sharing the mission and vision of the company. So that's one of the key things. I think that also like the ability to work with others, to collaborate, the teamwork spirit is extremely important. And the respect to others, it's sort of in alignment. I feel like I'm repeating what has been already said, but I think that what we're looking for in the people, and I think it's a common feature of also successful founders, is that you need to have interest in what you're doing. You really need to want to do it, be able to build things, but be also super, let's say, critical about the way you think about things. Be very analytical in a way, right? So this is basically what we're trying to find in others. And I think that what I like about now recruiting and building the team and expanding the team is that we're trying to look for the people who are going to challenge us, like to work with people who are better than you at something, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that's something that, makes you grow, but also makes the company grow. So these are maybe the points that I would like to raise here.
That's very important topic, and sometimes it's not so obvious. So thank you for sharing this. And I have also a question which I would like to specifically address first to Ala, because Ala, you have a US perspective, right? And I believe that you can tell us more about the entrepreneurial ecosystem that exists in the US that you've been involved in, and maybe you see some differences between Central European ones. So would you like to share some thoughts here with us? Do Central Europe miss something in terms of ecosystem? And do you see that we have some obstacles to prevent us from success in terms of people, leadership, funding? So, yeah.
I'm gonna be like a broken instrument in here, and I'm gonna repeat diversity. I don't know how many of you saw, for example, the yesterday's news about the innovation and science board that was established by Polish president, and it has a whole bunch of middle-aged men, not a single woman. I'm not gonna question the backgrounds in there, but the diversity and the push for diversity, does not exist in the extent I've seen it in the US and in the Western world, for that matter. And I think in the context of what was said about teams in here and building diverse teams and listening every voice, that's a shoot in the foot. That's like how you basically disable yourself from success. Searching for people that are like you so that you work with the people exactly like you. And this is what Magdalena said. Search for somebody who is better from you at something. I think there's a lot of fears, especially among authoritarian people, of people that are better than them and at something, anything. So they promote mediocrity. And I think those personal traits like choices driven by the personal traits are one of the preventatives in the Central European ecosystem. And then the second one would be not really thinking globally, not understanding that you need to be fast-paced, not understanding what would attract somebody who is from somewhere else, not being able to adjust to a different point of view, okay? So for example, when I've met companies or institutions that seek Western exposure, maybe internationalization at some point, and they don't really know how to go about it. They have this idea of like, oh, American investor is going to come to me and is going to give me like millions of dollars because they like my idea. No, that's again what Sophie said. It's like, it doesn't work like this. You have to have not only good product, but you have to have great team. A great team that's international, that's understanding international relationships. Nobody's going to come to you just for the idea. Nobody's going to come to you just for service and cheap price. That's not how it works. You also have to have quality and you have to have a lot of the soft skills, okay? So being able to have in your ranks people that know the other side, being able to talk to American investor, to Japanese investor, being able to change, alter, adjust, dependently on who you speak with. That's the recipe for growth. You can grow in Poland all you want, right? And I think a lot of companies reach that stage where, you know, they've been successful because they operate in homogeneous environment and they're appreciated by this homogeneous environment. And then there's a great wall. And they realize that what they built is not applicable, it's not scalable anymore. And they have a hard time being exposed to the world, okay? So I think this is the biggest obstacle.
Thank you. It was a strong message from you, and thank you once more for this. Sophie, you've been working with UK and Central European market, right? So do you see some... do you see some obstacles in the Central European ecosystem that we should fight with or to achieve success? So could you share with us your thoughts here?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I've the last couple of years at Sabina, we've been focused really uniquely on Central and Eastern Europe. We've raised this fund that I mentioned to finance early stage projects, really focusing totally on Central and Eastern Europe, because we felt that, you know, there's such amazing R&D going on in Central and Eastern Europe, but when you look at the figures for investment in the therapeutic space of Eastern versus Central and Eastern versus Western Europe, the disparity is enormous. The vast majority of private and VC funding goes into Western Europe, and obviously the US that we've heard from Ala. My experience is that in terms of, and I'm not talking about Poland, I'm talking about some other countries as well. I work a lot, for example, in Hungary, Romania, these kind of countries as well. There's really not a huge knowledge on the entrepreneurial process. There's not so much access to training for scientists like we all are who want to move into a more business orientated environment, or maybe start a company. They simply don't have access to how would they do this. And therefore, they don't develop the skills that we heard were very important, which I fully agree. Learning, despite language, barriers and cultural differences, how to interact with people from different cultures. For example, from my background in the UK, working with the US is very different from working within the UK, just as working with Japan is incredibly different from working in the UK. But you have to learn to be, if you want to be successful, attract investments or customers, depending on your business model, to be able to work adequately in this area. So training, I think, is hugely important. And although you do see, obviously, some fantastic schemes, the very early stage projects I come across, often, as you've heard, they just simply don't know how to approach their problem. They don't know how to get their product developed. And ultimately, it makes them not a team or a company that will attract the investment that they want.
Yeah. Thank you. And so, Magda, you also have experiences in working with a UK industry via accelerator program, for example. But not only, you have clients there. So what do you see that could help in Central European ecosystem that we could implement here to be better or to get better results in terms of successful companies like yours?
Yeah, I think that there are a few things. One thing is that we need to realize that we have wonderful and great talent in this part of the world. People who are very well trained, who are super creative, who have loads of wonderful and great ideas. But I think that what we're missing to start with, to begin with, is actually that we're missing this sort of like a, backup or sort of like encouragement for them and support to really take that risk, for example, of like leaving academia and start their own businesses, to show them the opportunities, to show them, opportunities where they can grow, and not only grow business, but they can actually, execute on their ideas and their projects. So that's the starting thing. And I think that what might help here is like to have more, let's say, advisors available, to have more like accelerators, incubators, etc. Also, I think that from the funding perspective, like expanding that sort of range of opportunities might be super useful. And I think that all of these things might drive to like having more and more ideas and more initiatives, more startups being created, to be very to the point. And I think what we're maybe missing sometimes is also sort of like an infrastructure. When you start a biotech business, you really want to know that you're going to have a lab where you're going to be able to do your thing. And I don't think that if you compare it to the UK, they've invested loads of money to really create such infrastructure. If you think of Germany, if you think of like the US, I'm not even mentioning that, right? So hey, you sometimes need to be very creative in order to get things done. And I think that this is something that definitely might sort of like bring more improvement in that sense. Another thing that I think that we could learn from the other parts of the world, like the US specifically, is to modify the legislation in such a way that it's going to be more addressing the needs of the startups. I think this is something we're missing. So, to give you an example, when we were developing our option plan for the team, we kind of had to create it from scratch. Whereas in the US, you have all those, blank sheets where you can just use a template and you just, go for it. And then there is certain background, legislative background that is in a way helpful in that matter. So it's just an example, but there are plenty of such, I would say. And I think that in terms of mindset, I think that it would be great if people were sort of feeling to think big from the very beginning, not to be too modest and to be bold in general. And I think that, to push the boundaries, that's the thing. And it's both on the side of entrepreneurs, future entrepreneurs, scientists, as well as on the side of investors, to become, let's say, less risk averse in a way. So.
Thank you for this. And right now, I would like to ask you to put for a moment a hat of investor. Sophie, I would like to address this question to you first. Oh, Ala, I see that you're driving in a car. I hope you're safe there. Sophie, in what types of companies would you be eager to invest? Ala touched a very interesting topic regarding diversity, inclusion, having women in C-level positions and advisory boards. And do you think that from your perspective, this is a driver that attract you to invest in a company, or it's a completely different perspective?
That's an interesting question. I think we invest in very early stage projects and companies, as I mentioned, so very high risk areas, drug development. I've also said that the team is incredibly important. The science kind of goes without saying, but the team is incredibly important. I don't think that we would choose a company because it had a certain focus that it was all C-level women or something like that. It's really driven about how the team functions, and will they be convincing, and are they the right champions to develop this project? I think that a project has to have a champion, and I think Magdalena, you've obviously shown that you champion your project, and that passion to hear that and to see that you can build a team that can deliver on it. I think that's the first question that you would ask, or I would ask from an investment perspective. That being said, it goes hand in hand, a good team that is functioning well, that there is obviously no exclusion, and it's not, just a group of, as we've talked about, older middle-aged men who haven't even considered that there may be some other team members that could contribute very validly to the team. So I think it's not a black and white answer that I have for you there, but the team is one of the forefronts and investment criteria for us.
Yep, I understand. Thank you very much. And Ala, you work also as an investor, and you're a part of an accelerator program as well. You're a reviewer there. So what's your point of view? What types of companies do you invest more eagerly?
So for me and for a lot of American investors, actually the diversity of the team is one of the scoring points. Of course, it's not going to be the 100% of the score, right? So it's not the decisive element, but you are always looking at the team's performance as well. And the diversity actually does guarantee better performance according to data, to studies. So that's one. The second one is really strong market research and really strong look at the data. We work in what's happening in business world, but we are in the field that's really looking very strongly at what's happening in the scientific world. What is the preclinical data like? What is the clinical?
I think we've lost you. So at the moment, I think I will get back to only to us. So Sophie and Magda. Magda, you run your own company, but Ala, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I turned off
Okay, I think we have some problems, technical problems. So let's try once more. Ala? Okay, I think we've lost Ala. So you run a company, but you also have an investment plans, but dedicated to your own company. But you have some background. You have experiences in funding your company. So, what is your perspective right now after those years that you spent in building the company? If you are an investor, so what would be the key things, key factors you would take into consideration before, say go or no go investment decision?
I would 100% agree with Sophie that probably I would start from the people, but also their idea, meaning that are these the people who are really determined to do things? Are these the people who are capable of building? But also in terms of their idea, are they passionate about it? And is it something that they're genuinely interested in? And if you think of it from that perspective, then it comes to, you get to the point where you're sort of trying to understand, have they validated that idea? And that brings me to the point where, treating them as experts in terms of the market research, what has been mentioned. But I wouldn't think of global market research up front. For me, what would be extremely important is that whether they understand the problem they're trying to solve, whether they know who the customer is, what are the customer needs, and whether let's say what's the motivation of those people to start with, to begin with, to start the company, to develop a product, a service, technology, whatever. And you want to have in front of you, people who really want to do it, and they started it because they needed it, their friends needed it, and that is the first validation you need to have, right? Or you've identified a specific group of people that is there, that will use the technology, use the product, use the whole concept, right? So I think that these would be the key points to me, basically.
Yeah, thank you. So last question because I think we are getting to the end. So what messages would you like to share with the audience, or with just people who are thinking about starting the companies, or maybe they're managers and they face the challenge to build a very effective team? So what key takeaways they should, take from this panel? Sophie?
Yeah, sure. I think at the very early stages of a company, when you've got an idea and you decide that you're going to go for it and build a company, you need to find people who share your passion and share the commitment to really roll up their sleeves and do the work that's necessary. Working in a startup company environment is incredibly different from working in a large company where you have a very clearly defined box that you work in, and that's your job. You have to have somebody who's flexible, open to new ideas, and able to change direction. So you want a team that can do that as well. And to build a team, if you're the leader, I think it's very important that you can provide that focus to the people and encouragement in order to do that. Because ultimately you need to develop a product. So you have to have people that can really share your vision, but be open to be flexible to say, I've got to get to the market. So what are we focusing on and how do we get there? And have a team that can actually go on that journey with you is what I would say.
Yeah, thank you. And Magda?
Yeah, maybe I'm gonna talk a bit from the founder's perspective here, because I think that if you want to, for example, start a business and you want to build and expand it, grow it, and build the team. I think I'm going to repeat myself. Basically, you have to be bold. You have to think big. You have to be determined but also resilient, because sometimes things may go wrong. And actually what Sophie has said is that actually you want to be surrounded by people who are going to share this startup mentality, if you know what I mean. Like you want to have people who are going to sort of share your vision and are going to be ready to work hard to chase the goal and actually use the opportunity, and are going to be actually also ready to pivot. So if you have to be reactive to what's happening in the market, to your customers' needs, as I've said, and that's the beauty of building a small company, a startup, that you can really move fast and you become like you're upfront, you're very flexible to really shape yourself in a way that's going to address the biggest need and the biggest opportunity. So basically, thinking big from the start, as I've said, being bold, being brave, not, getting intimidated by, any challenges or any difficulties, and just, thinking that you can, because you can, right?
Thank you both. Thank you both for sharing these messages. It's pity that Ala, you are there. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Big apologies for my disappearance, but there was some scheduling differences from the initial information that I got. So I'm on a bus to get to the site visit. Hence
okay,
the disruptance.
Yeah, so we are getting to the end. So it's now we are sharing some key takeaways that we could pass to the audience, to the startuppers, young founders, and leaders as well. So do you have some tips or key messages that these people should take after this panel?
I love the messages from Sophia and from Magdalena about building people's team and making sure you've got the right folks to work with you, and that startups are different than big companies. And then being bold and not intimidated and pushing through. What I would add to it is that you have to have expertise on your team. Okay, so depending on which area you work on, you have to have people who know great deal of things about what you work on. Okay, and also are aware of how much they don't know, because this is likely the area that you're exploring as a company. So that's one. And the second one that goes along with what Sophie said is no asshole rule. Okay. And I talk about team, but I also talk about the investors. I talk about your board.
Yeah, I think we have the same problem. So you mentioned being bold, being open-minded, committed to what you do, passionate. I would also add, keep your scientists happy in a company. So it's pity that we lost Ala again because her focus also on diversity here is really interesting. I think that we can continue this after this panel, and maybe we could jump into next conference in a year ahead of us, and we will discuss more this topic. So I would like to thank you very much to Sophia, to Magda, and Ala for being here today with us, and for sharing your perspectives and your insights. It was really inspiring, and I am really happy that we could have this discussion today. So thank you very much. And now we are getting to our last part, so it's showcasing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Monika Kozdroń-Sikorska. I'm from ExecMind LifeScience Executive Search. And now we are starting the showcase session. First, our presenter is Mrs. Tatiana Jurkowska. Tatiana is a Managing Director of Discovery Life Science in Ukraine and Poland. And Tatiana will take us to the world of biospecimens and biomarkers, and she will discover, hopefully, their plans for developing this novel company on our market. Tatiana?
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank organizers for this unique opportunity to be here. I have a chance to listen attentively the previous panel, and the first idea was to say, Jesus, thank you for placing me among the soulmates. So that's why everything that I will present now, I am happy to say that this is very, very aligned with the ideas which were shared by the previous speakers. So, Discovery Life Sciences, and this short presentation and sharing of my thoughts regarding what career path we have for the talented people in globally and particularly in Poland. So, first of all, several words about company. So, we say that Discovery Life Sciences there is a global leader in biospecimen analysis, procurement, distribution, scientific services. So, what we are doing, we providing services for scientists in order to speed up, to facilitate all their efforts and to ensure that they can get their successful result as soon as possible. How we are doing this? We provide a lot of different services and approaches, including consultative, innovative approaches, which helps our customers to overcome obstacles and to reach faster results and achieve their goals. You know that all scientists usually they have two biggest problems, so the lack of time and the lack of money. And combination of these two factors sometimes make impossible to reach goals or to check and to develop very bright ideas. So if we're able to minimize this risk, we provide scientific ideas and society with the real great opportunities for growth and for realization of the ideas. So now we're on the career panel, and that's why, it's also a kind of math. So where you ask, so whom we're looking for? What kind of skills, expertise are on demand today in the companies like Discovery Life Sciences. So in order to describe this, it's very easy just to mention what kind of activities, what kind of services we are providing. So first of all, it's a large and well-characterized biorepository and the huge global clinical site network for biospecimens. And for today, this is their main direction where we work with the Discovery Life Sciences in Poland. In Germany, in Bulgaria, in United States, we also have different divisions which are specialized on cell and gene therapy solutions, which work in the molecular pathology and immunohistochemistry services for flow cytometry, for sequencing, and probably the speciality and skills which are in the huge demand for all our divisions. There are bioinformatics services and specialists who can work in this field. So in general, we also are working as a part of the division, as a part of the company with the preclinical services. So what scientists receive establishing partnership with us. So they receive all our services under the same roof. So they have one strategic partner which is able to provide them with their high-level expertise and services in biospecimens, in biomarkers, and providing services with the big data and bioinformatics. So all ideas that are developed with their scientific startups, we can say that they are not able to develop their ideas without a kind of the, let's say, raw materials, yeah? And these raw materials are biospecimens. So in order to check, in order to establish preliminary trials, investigations, so we try to develop our way to fight with the cancer, and in our particular case, humans became the target of these cancer problems, and they are at the same time the main source which can help us to find a solution how to fight with the cancer. So that's why everything that is around how to convert human biospecimens as a main source of knowledge and main source of developing of bright scientific ideas, that is about what we are doing. So we have a huge site network in the dozens of countries across the globe, and that's why we are saying that we are the global company. We also are developing our people and developing knowledge. So we are working as a pioneers in the main scientific spheres. For example, on this map, you can see the coverage of activities of our Discovery Biomarker Academy, which was one of the, let's say, directions of work for Discovery Life Sciences in Germany. The map is very small, but you can see that we have a lot of companies, sites networks in Ukraine, and now actively developing our site network also in Poland, mainly in oncology. When we start to speak what kind of colleagues we are looking for, what kind of team we want to create, definitely we always start from mission, vision, approach, because as colleagues already said, you need to find the people who are committed to the same values, who have the same passion, yeah? And this is about mission and vision. So as a mission, yes, we really passionate in acceleration the discovery of tomorrow's healthcare solutions. And there is a lot of case studies and examples that we are rather successful on this way. From the vision, we see that our global leadership in biospecimen and specialty lab services, we can realize by empowering our employees to innovate and improve, going above and beyond as a partner with our clients, and believing that what we do matters. And I'm absolutely sure that, yes, we can do, and what we do really matters. What culture expectations? Because today on the panel you already discussed some probably cultural differences, the question of diversity, some difference between US market, Western European, Eastern European market. But I believe that for all cultures, their success is behind the approach that we must treat each other with a mutual respect. So I was very happy, by the way, to see that my 12 years daughter here in Kraków, they have a lesson during their working day, how to respect each other, how to like each other, despite the difference that they have. And this is a very good sign that new generation will be probably more open to what does it mean diversity, what does it mean to respect each other. So we need to provide the environment of inclusiveness where people feel safe and welcome. Be professional and be collaborative. Usually I really confident and I trust that this recipe of success is really commitment and passion, to be passionate about, let's say, regarding the same values, definitely be skilled and be able to explain what is your goal in the life, because really for most of people it's a problem. Just you ask what do you want to do and they give you a long list of goals which finally not achievable. Our goals for each employee, so we really open and very keen to provide you with the opportunities and skills to advance in your career, because the good thing to work in such multidisciplinary company that you have a huge opportunities to develop your career, to develop your professional skills, just also under the same roof, but in the different directions. So make your job meaningful and balance work intensity with quality of life. Yeah, because in other case, leaders can burn out if this balance will not be guaranteed. And finally, do amazing things for donors, for clients, for fellow team members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tatiana. Can you tell us a little bit more about your plans for the next 2 or 3 months? How you are going to develop the company in Krakow and what you are going to do?
So, thank you. So we already have a team here. It happens after February that part of our Ukrainian team, which is very big, also arrives to Kraków. So for today, we start, let's say, our program of expansion, because we have already small office in Warsaw, bigger office here in LifeScience Klaster. We have the network of sites which we're working for, and now we want to expand our presence in Poland through the development of clinical network. So it means that we will be able to provide our clients in Europe with their and satisfy their demand in their high annotated biospecimens. We are looking for growing our, let's say, or developing our opportunities in the laboratory processing, because even in the structure of discovery life sciences globally, for example, Ukraine is their only affiliate entity which has not only preclinical CRO, but also have a licensed pathology laboratory. So we are able to do much more and to provide the kind of the final product to our customer, which also speed up the process of development. So in the same direction we will develop now in Poland. So this is for the nearest future, yeah, and for maybe not in 2-3 months, little bit longer. So I think that Poland is an amazing country with a very powerful resources in academician sphere, and people who really passionate and committed in the development of in the sphere of life science and biotechnology, and we need to provide wide opportunities for the young talents for developing of bioinformatics direction, for digital pathology, a lot of cooperation, so huge amount of the startups which can be really strengthened by the global partnership with a company like Discovery Life Sciences. So I see there a lot of opportunities here. and absolutely sure that the future of the company and business is very bright.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think it's obvious for me and as well for the rest of the audience that the new player is emerging on our market, and you will create a lot of buzz on the job market as well. Thank you very much, Tatiana.
Thank you.
And thank you for the very good presentation.
Thanks.
The one presentation, one presenter unfortunately didn't reach our studio today, so we will move to the next one directly, and it will be Polonium Foundation. I hope Mrs. Agnieszka Gawda is with us. Good morning, Agnieszka.
Let me share.
We hear you now. Okay, it's perfect now.
Yes, because I can't. Okay, I can see that. Right.
Okay, so maybe I will introduce you shortly, and then I will give you the voice. Mrs. Agnieszka Gawda from Polonium Foundation. She's a Vice President and Chief Business Officer, and today she will present the foundation, which is NGO, and tell us about unlocking the potential of Polish scientific diaspora abroad. The floor is yours, Agnieszka.
Thank you so much, and thanks again for having the foundation here again this year. And since we primary a network of scientists, we're very happy to be at an event like LifeScience Open Space that bridges the scientific and business worlds. Today I'd like to elaborate on what Ala Santons mentioned earlier about the foundation and showcase what we do and how we build our community and support science as an NGO. Let me move to the next slide. Yes, so Polonium Foundation is aligned with the mission of turning brain drain that has been happening over the years and decades into brain circulation, to foster collaboration, spread awareness about the raising science opportunities. And Polonium Foundation is a nonprofit NGO that operates globally with members spread out through 34 countries on 6 continents. And since the first conferences 10 years ago, we organized over 50 events, including 20 in-person conferences and meetups, and that engaged over 4,000 participants, half of it being in person, and made our community grow immensely. Which we can measure, for example, with the number of newsletter subscribers. We have currently over 2,000 subscribers and over 9,000 social media followers. But events we organize are there to gather, to connect, to showcase knowledge, and but on top of that, we have huge incentive to understand our community better, and hence our research work. And a couple of years ago, we published a report on the Polish research diaspora, which is the largest piece of such research to date. And we plan to expand on it in the coming year. Touching on the historical perspective, we started off with the Science Polish Perspective Conference, our flagship event organized in Oxford or Cambridge a decade ago. After the first round of conferences, you can see we gained a momentum, and in 2016 we registered the foundation us to focus on fundraising and expand with our events to other European countries and grow communities in places like Germany, in Scandinavia, in Italy, US, and in Switzerland, among others, obviously. We had our first event in Switzerland in 2019, and that showed us there was a huge interest from the research diaspora in Switzerland and neighboring regions in topics related more with business, with entrepreneurship. And since then, we started to add a lot more content like that to address the needs of our community, of our audience, since they want to develop themselves and a lot more in applied sciences and technology transfer and business development, let's say. 2020, being a twist year, like for all of us, brought a lot of online initiatives. But with that, we were able to reach researchers in the furthest edges of the world and in different time zones. And this year, we were finally back with our in-person events. We had Science Polish Perspectives in Oxford just last month, which was a great success. We gathered over 100 attendees from 12 countries. And we had support from numerous parties, companies from the biotech, life science, tech, broader tech, but also support from research institutions and other science foundations. Besides events, 2 years ago, we launched a project called Polonium Network, which is an online platform to connect Polish research diaspora around the globe and give them a dedicated medium to connect, exchange ideas, network, and, well, change the world together. Currently, we have over 600 members from 33 countries. Polonium Network gives space for also for our partners to publish their job and grant offers and users to browse through focused scientific opportunities, learn more about the marketplace in Poland. And we know from our partners that publishing their offers on the platform has brought them very interesting candidates with great profile and international experience and resulted in long-term collaboration. To support the network, we hold a career cafe series for Polonium Network members, be either about career advice, opportunities, but also we raise their key discussion points for our scientific community, like open science or preprints in the webinar that is coming up next month, sorry, still have November. All right, and moving on with this graph, I'd like to show you a few more details about our community. Since many parties are very keen on being present in our events because they see value in our member profiles. And if you look at the domain split on the left, you see that 40% of our members, of our attendees of our community are in fact in the life science domain. And with respect to the career stage, over half of our members are academic and industry professionals, and about a third are PhD students at different stages of the doctorate studies. Many of our members are from the leading academic institutions, and it is key for us to collaborate with top universities for our conferences. Regularly, we are at the University of Cambridge, at the University of Oxford, ETH, but we have been at many others, and we have ambitious plans for the coming years. Since we build a community, it is also very important for us to have a community of supporting partner organizations and sponsors. And we regularly work with institutions that support science in many different ways, support science business, support innovation. But also we work with Polish student organizations from different universities abroad, tech companies that want to get to know us better and have presence at our events, hoping to attract talent and candidates with extraordinary, interdisciplinary profiles and international experience. Wrapping up, I'd like to relate to the team that stands behind it all. Polonium Foundation is a nonprofit NGO, but it is a volunteer organization. So all of our volunteers have research and business day jobs and are scientists themselves. We understand the community we operate in because we're also part of it. And currently we have 45 active volunteers that does an amazing, they do an amazing job bringing together a large community of Polish researchers abroad and those based in Poland, and strengthen the links and collaborations and also shed the light on top science around the world done by Poles and bring it to a larger audience. Our group is also a group that wants to give back, and hence we launched a new program, a mentorship program, to help with career guidance to Polish undergrad students in the UK by those more advanced in the paths. Okay, Polonium Foundation is a wide spectrum of initiatives. That was just an introduction to what we do. We do things from science and career events through research, build an online platform, and we're also launching a new mentorship program. So if this caught your eye or you think might be interesting for someone you know, please let them follow us, let them follow us, and connect with us on social media. And with this, I'd like to thank you and take any questions.
Thank you very much, Agnieszka. I like the last picture you show because I'm chemist by my education. So one of the people I always admire was Marie Curie Skłodowska. Thank you very much. I think there was a very interesting presentation, and a lot of people from the audience will get in touch and look what you are doing, and hopefully work with you or even become a volunteer.
Thank you. Thank you. We hope.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, I would like to remind introduction of Karolina Jarosińska, who was our speaker for the beginning of the morning. Karolina Jarosińska is the founder of ExecMind LifeScience Executive Search. But today she will show and present the new baby of ExecMind. And she will tell us about the new job portal, Biotech Vibes, which is dedicated to life science industry and was created and today have a big opening in public. Karolina?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Monika. It's interesting to be on a, let's say, different side of this panel. But I am really happy and privileged to be here and to give you a little bit insight about what we do at ExecMind. So let me start from the beginning and sharing with you the story which help you to understand our motivations behind building our new product. So ExecMind, probably most of you know that we are a consultancy company focused on recruitment of top scientists, executives in life sciences industry. We help our clients grow globally and attract the best senior talents from all over the world. We are based in beautiful Kraków in Life Science Park, where I must say this with pleasure, biotech and pharma players create fast-growing, innovative working environment. And as a company, we provide you expertise in 3 areas, actually. So, C-level recruitment, scientific advisory board recruitment, or scientific talent acquisition recruitment. There are different types or stages in the development of your company when you need to get support from more experienced people, and this is what we do. We are a 100% company focused on direct search. So it means that we target a particular group of professionals in the biotech or medtech industry. Of course, it depends on the assignments, but it is a very precise methodology. But during our recruitment journey, we met a lot of scientists and professionals looking for a job actively. We had a lot of discussions with them and with the companies, and we thought that we needed a platform, marketplace, where all those people can meet. So you know very well that life sciences industry is booming. So startups, medium companies work to discover new ways to improve human lives. And the challenge is that these companies are often too small to have a dedicated HR department. They either have to rely on their employees' personal networks or hire outside help. And right now, I need to have a pointer slide for my presentation. Oh, here is a help. Thank you so much. Okay. So that's where Biotech Vibes comes in. We have created a niche job board dedicated to life sciences, biotech, medtech, for startups, medium companies, research organizations, that it's easy to use, intuitive, and affordable. So you can find the perfect person for your team without breaking the bank. This is our front page. Easy to navigate for both for companies and for job seekers. You can categorize your job offer so the job hunters can find your post easily. We have carefully selected categories to life sciences industry, taking into consideration the fields of work like research and development, preclinical, clinical, drug discovery, biobanking, business development, which is, of course, here very specific. And if you find missing some category which is useful to describe your business, you're more than welcome to let us know. As we are launching our product, so we have prepared promo offers, where we distinguished LifeScience Klaster members, where you can try free of charge job posting. Every job offer is valid for 30 days since it's publishing. So to make better effect, especially at the beginning, we'll use our extensive Exec Minds network, and we will promote the job board and jobs by our channels. So we'll be happy to get your feedback. If you have more detailed questions, feel free to drop us an email or just meet us at this tonight's event in Kraków organized by Klaster. And I think that that's it. If you have more questions, feel free to contact us. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your time. And let's start to create a platform for bio and medtech professionals together. Thank you.
Thank you, Karolina. That was very interesting. And again, I think this is the second presentation today, which will create some buzz on the job market. If somebody would like to start today to search for the job or place the job opening, is it possible to do it today already, or is it work?
Yes. It works, and of course it will be optimized to deliver the best results for you, the customers, employers, and candidates as well. So we want to take care of both sides, job seekers, job hunters, and employers. So yes, it's working.
Okay, thank you very much. For the presentation. So all of you are invited to check and start how it works and hopefully to stay with Biotech Vibes for longer. This was the last presentation for today. So in the afternoon there will be another panel, last panel during the Life Science Open Space 2002 about the business development. I already invite everybody to join us for this last panel, and of course for the party or after party, how it was called in the evening today. Thank you very much.
In Kraków, a remarkable journey awaits you through time and culture, science and innovation, From the foundations of an ideal city, Nowa Huta, golden dream of socialism, to the medieval city center. Besides monuments entered on UNESCO Heritage List, Krakow has something else to offer. People. In Krakow every year, close to 200,000 people complete their higher education. This includes almost 6,000 foreigners. These are specialists in almost every field, from IT to biotechnology. No wonder that global players open their affiliates in Krakow. Krakow has become the center for modern services in Europe. Krakow is also a mecca for innovative business. From small catering units to internet startups, a few of them have become world-famous brand names. Our town is called the Polish Silicon Valley. By investing in infrastructure and transport systems, we draw closer to each other. Local public transport is considered to be the best in the country. The blue trams and buses carry 250,000 passengers each day. The map of the town shows that museums play a special role, especially those that have outstanding collections uncomparable with anything else in the world, as for instance the Museum of Aviation or the Wawel Royal Castle. Here you will find in this part of Europe the largest library with access to books that constitute not only Polish heritage but also that of all Europe. Old and modern architecture are the town's strong assets. In these interiors, not only are extraordinary concerts held, but also great sports and artistic events. One of these extraordinary places on the map of Krakow is the Malopolski Garden of Art, an area for the implementation of innovative art projects combining many fields of art. Krakow, due to its center of congress, has become one of the leading places in Europe where both cultural and trade events are organized. Krakow is increasingly associated with excellent cuisine. Its restaurants, offering both traditional Polish food dishes as well as those representing other, often distant lands, gain recognition amongst residents, tourists and culinary experts. Hidden in the medieval cellars or located in sophisticated townhouses, vibrant centers of social life may be found. Krakow is a town which is unique, intriguing and surprising. A unique mix of history and modernity inspires action. Experience Krakow. In Kraków, a remarkable journey awaits you through time and culture, science and innovation. From the foundations of an ideal city, Nowa Huta, golden dream of socialism, to the medieval city centre. Besides monuments entered on UNESCO Heritage List, Kraków has something else to offer. People. In Kraków every year, close to 200,000 people complete their higher education. This includes almost 6,000 foreigners. These are specialists in almost every field, from IT to biotechnology. No wonder that global players open their affiliates in Kraków. Kraków has become the center for modern services in Europe. Kraków is also a mecca for innovative business. From small catering units to internet startups, a few of them have become world-famous brand names. Our town is called the Polish Silicon Valley. By investing in infrastructure and transport systems, we draw closer to each other. Local public transport is considered to be the best in the country. The blue trams and buses carry 250,000 passengers each day. The map of the town shows that museums play a special role, especially those that have outstanding collections uncomparable with anything else in the world, as for instance the Museum of Aviation or the Wawel Royal Castle. Here you will find in this part of Europe the largest library with access to books that constitute not only Polish heritage but also that of all Europe. Old and modern architecture are the town's strong assets. In these interiors, not only are extraordinary concerts held, but also great sports and artistic events. One of these extraordinary places on the map of Kraków is the Malopolski Garden of Art, an area for the implementation of innovative art projects combining many fields of art. Kraków, due to its center of congress, has become one of the leading places in Europe where both cultural and trade events are organized. Kraków is increasingly associated with excellent cuisine. Its restaurants, offering both traditional Polish food dishes as well as those representing other, often distant lands, gain recognition amongst residents, tourists and culinary experts. Hidden in the medieval cellars or located in sophisticated townhouses, vibrant centers of social life may be found. Kraków is a town which is unique, intriguing and surprising. A unique mix of history and modernity inspires action. Experience Kraków.
Hello again. This is LifeScience Park and LifeScience Open Space Forum 2022. We have successfully reached to last session of this event. Oh, before, sorry, not last. It was before last session of the event devoted to developing business in life science business, managing and developing business. This session is organized in collaboration with CE Bioforum, and with me is Magda Kulczycka.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Nice to meet you here. Magda will be leading this interesting session. I will be listening to this session, but not here, sitting here, because I have to move to yet another place, and I will connect with you by the end of this event. So
of this session.
Of this session, sorry, of the event as well. Of this session. So Magda, the screen and floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us.
Great.
And go on.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kazimierz. Thank you, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here this time as a representative of CE Bioforum. Actually, I'm a director of Biotechnology Association of Biotechnology Companies, Bioforum. And we are gathering entities, companies that want to contribute to biotechnology development in Poland. But obviously, we need to think worldwide. So it's we're thinking about development also on global markets of companies that are our members. Taking a chance and opportunity here, I would like to welcome you to meet in person in Warsaw at the 18th and 19th of April for CE Bioforum. That will be a conference dealing with topics related to development of biotech companies. So this relates to our topic of the session. And I would like to welcome that will be divided into 3 parts, keynote speech, panel session, and fireside chat. And right now, I would like to welcome Joanna Lipner. Yes, she's here. Wonderful. Hello. Joanna is a managing director of Picralida, relatively young biotech company. May I say so?
Yes.
And actually, I can see behind your back, there is on the other side, yeah, perfect. There's an award for most innovative startup as well for Picralida that you were awarded this year in May by Bioforum.
Yes, we were awarded and we are very proud of that. We were selected in the category of great R&D collaboration between industry and academia, and we are very proud of that. We are awarded for the project EpiFix, which we are running in collaboration with Nensky Institute.
Yes, and this is actually why this category was brought to life, so to say. Because the intention was to highlight that this cooperation between companies and research institutes is possible, is happening, and is even giving fruits, right? So therefore, I'm very happy that that Picralida was awarded with this award, and I'm very happy that your solution was brought to life. And having said so much already and all the good words about Picralida, I would like to welcome you to give the floor for you in order to present the story and the history of your development and what you're looking for in Picralida.
Okay, so I will share my screen. I think this is this one. Magda, please confirm if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see your presentation and yourself as well in a small box.
Okay, so thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy to share with you in a few words, brief history of our company. And I would also like to mention the role of business development in developing totally new venture. Because when we decided to establish Picralida, we really started from scratch. Picralida means common dandelion in Greek, mniszek lekarski in Polish, and it's also a combination of surnames of co-founders of the company. We consider ourselves as drug development company, as we really have extended experience in running complex drug discovery and development projects. So how it started and what is really need to start and develop new company. For sure, you need a good team of both business people and scientists. You also need to have ideas and you also need to have funds, especially when you decide to run a new company in biotech or medtech, because the laboratory equipment is really expensive one. So one day we decided that we would like to have our own venture, be responsible for selecting R&D projects, also for creating the company culture in the way we would like to do it. And we had ideas, and also what is important and what gave us kind of comfort at the beginning is that we were able to fund the company with money we earned in the past. And this is a team of co-founders and key executives of the company. Staszek Pikul is the most experienced. Oh, one thing maybe, we all are chemists by background, and what is important, we have both scientific experience in running, managing R&D projects, but we also have business experience in leading scientific teams and creating companies. Staszek has the longest experience from our group. He worked for biotech companies in US. He was also a co-founder of Onco R&D Therapeutics, now Molecure. Ania Krause worked for GSK, and she worked for global structures of this company. She also established and led the company POSLab, which is offering formulation development of and manufacturing. And a few words about me for you to understand my background. I'm an organic chemist by background. After PhD studies, I joined Celon Pharma. I worked there as a medicinal chemist. And then I was gradually moving from being a scientist to being a manager. After Celon Pharma, I joined Onco R&D, and I was project manager responsible for preclinical and clinical development of projects run at that time in the company. And after creating Picralida, I took the role of managing the company. I'm managing director, and I'm responsible for operations. But I am also responsible for PR. I'm one-person PR company, and I'm also taking much of business development, and I really like this role. From the beginning, we created the team of 22 employees, full-time employees. Most of our team are people with with experience in pharma industry, and most of our team are specialist scientists that are working on R&D projects. And we have experience in pharmaceutical analysis, drug technology, and process chemistry. We also have experience in regulatory and preclinical studies. And I think big advantage is that we have good understanding of the R&D process of drug discovery and development of new drugs. We have a good internal expertise, but our projects are complex, and we closely collaborate with external advisors. We collaborate with scientists, but also with specialists that have experience in, for example, preclinical research and designing clinical strategy. We operate in 2 locations, in Poznań and in Warsaw. In Poznań, we have pharmaceutical development group. So in that location, technologists and analytical chemists work on developing new formulations. And in Warsaw, we have a group of synthetic chemists that are working mainly on process development. And how we designed our business model, what we do in our day-to-day basis. So we worked based on hybrid business model. We work on our own R&D projects, and we have projects in the field of innovative therapies that we would like to discover, develop breakthrough therapeutic solutions to unmet medical needs. And we focus now on CNS area, but we are exploring now extension of our pipeline. We are also working on R&D projects which covers the field of innovative formulations and drug delivery systems. We decided to combine these 2 types of project because of different risk, different window for deal, and we also wanted to utilize the experience of our company. And additionally, we also offer the CRO service to other pharmaceutical companies and for startups. And it gives us both experience, but also it secures cash flow that we can utilize to and which we invest to run and develop our own R&D solutions. Briefly, I would like to say about our pipeline to give you an idea in which area we are working. We have 2 innovative projects in our pipeline. We are working on a drug that would protect patients against development of epilepsy, post-stroke and post-traumatic brain injury. We are now at the preclinical phase, and next year we would like to initiate and complete phase 1 study in healthy volunteers to continue further development in patients. And this is the project which was awarded during a CBO forum. And we are running this project in collaboration with Nensky Institute. And also, I would like to mention that we in-license the project from Nensky Institute, and this whole project based on studies done by a group of Professor Leszek Kaczmarek. In this innovative field, we also work on a new drug for amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Here we are much less advanced. We are at the discovery phase. And we also have a few projects in our generic plus pipeline. These projects concerns developing new formulations of known APIs that aims to help patients with the compliance and simplify dosing schemes. Especially we design solution dedicated for diabetic patients, patients with hypertension and also chronic pain. And we also run some of these projects in collaboration with academia, and one project in collaboration with a company, with Novason. I think that we are a good example of the company that really is open for collaboration with academia. We have ongoing projects with academic group, and we are really open, and we welcome scientists to review their projects and check if there is a chance to collaborate and continue research together. And here I would like to make a comment, business development comment on this project for which we do with Novason. So it was a it is a nice example how one question, brief chat can lead to a collaboration and grant funding. So once I saw on LinkedIn an advertisement that Novason is looking for organic chemists that knows how to develop chemical processes for APIs and chemicals. And it would be also good that that chemist had experience in writing grant applications. So I didn't hesitate too much. I wrote an email because I knew one person from that company. I told them that we have both experience in developing new processes, and also we are excellent in writing grant applications. And it took us some time, but after several meetings, we decided to join forces, write a grant application as a consortium, and we got funding, and we are now in the process in executing the project, which is going up to timeline, and we hope to succeed in the end of 2023. And to also give you, to show you how many things happened from the very beginning, I selected some examples of some milestones. So we established company in 2019. Most of important milestones are connected with enlarging and creating teams. So we started laboratory work in 2020. First scientists started work in January, and in 2-3 months we had a pandemic and lockdown. But we were not scared. We continue work. By the end of 2020, we had a team of 10 people, and now we have 22 of them. We used the time for identifying R&D projects, writing grant applications, and we were successful. We got funding for 5 R&D projects from the very beginning of the company. We also are progressing with our projects. A very important event would take place next year, as we are planning to file clinical trial application in EpiFix project, and we expect to be clinical phase startup next year. And also during this time, we needed to be visible on Polish pharmaceutical market, Polish startup market. At the beginning of 2019, there was just an idea and a group of people. And for this time, I think that we got some visibility on the market. We are a little recognized, let's say. It's nice to go for a meeting and have some feedback from new person that they know about Picralida, but it took time to create that visibility, and it was also a big effort, because we needed to create quite good website. We needed to start existing in social media. We needed to meet people and explain what we do, why we do that. And I think that this business development activities were very important and took quite a lot of time. We were very, very happy and proud when we saw our logo on map of Polish biotech companies, and on the same poster we can see Raivu and Selvita and Capture Therapeutics. So we were very happy that we started to be visible. And just a few weeks ago, we were also put on the map of deep tech startups of Central Europe. So I cannot say that we are a success story now, because we have a lot of things to do, but I think it's we are really happy that we started to be visible. And I would like to now focus a little about what is business development and how I understand that. I'm afraid that I cannot see the whole text, which is, but okay, I will just read the main definition, because I won't be able to read the whole text. So what is the business development and how I understand that? So business development is the creation of long-term value for an organization from customer, markets, and relationships. And this is, when I was younger, I considered business development as something very similar to sales, but now I really changed my mind. It is creating a relationship with the whole surrounding world, because we are a company that needs to interact with different group of stakeholders. And this is a creation of relationships that should finally translate into R&D projects, collaborations, and money. But it's also about prestige, visibility. I was thinking about, when I was preparing to this lecture, to this talk, I was thinking about the groups of stakeholders that we need to contact, and with which groups we should create, and we create relationships. So for sure, the very important group of stakeholders are clients, because we are offering R&D service, but we are also developing our own solutions. And finally, we would like to sell the results of R&D projects or out-license the results. So we need to contact the clients, and our clients are R&D departments of pharmaceutical companies, both national but also international, because results of innovative research may be out-licensed to big pharma companies or really grown startups from US or EU. Another group of stakeholders are investors. We are a startup, we have incomes, but to dynamically develop, we also need to collect money from investors. And we needed to create relationship with VCs and business angels. Another story is a relationship with academia, because we are also very interested in identifying new targets, new projects, and in licensing the solutions from academia. But not only in licensing, sometimes we also are interested in contracting some specific research. So this is also a group of stakeholders that are important for us. And we should also mention friendly competition, CROs, CMOs, companies, because sometimes we need to contract work to them, and we would like to have not only good prices, but good collaboration. And we also the relationship is also important, because sometimes we need a business partner to give a complex offer to our clients, and sometimes companies are inquiring us to do part of the bigger project. And as we are working in the pharma industry, the very important group of stakeholders are medical community, physicians, clinicians, key opinion leaders, and patients advocacy groups, as these groups can give feedback about our ideas and solutions, but also they can help us to identify unmet medical needs. So for a new company, a new venture, you need to identify the group of stakeholders that are important for you. These all groups are important for us, Picralida, and we needed to reach all of that groups to show them, here we are, we need this and this, we can offer that for you, and to start to make business. And how to get to that group, how to reach right people from all of that group. I think very important starting point is a personal network. So we, all of the co-founders had their own personal networks, our employees has their personal network, and we are trying to reach people we would like to meet. Later, when we start existing, we start growing. Also, we could had some help from our business partners and clients to get to other group of people. Very, very important way to expand network and make new connections are events, and I have separate slide about that. Also, joining industry and scientific organizations is helpful, because you can also expand your personal network and get to different group of stakeholders. So Bioforum is a good example of this kind of organizations. And also you can get to important stakeholders by offering free education. And this was a way I gained knowledge when I was at OncoR&D, and I was responsible for contracting different studies. When I was educating, I read articles and watched webinars published by CROs, and very often it happened that I was able to contract study to them because we started scientific discussions. And also as a Picrarida, we are using this channel to get to right people because we are joining lectures. We were, for example, attending Pact Pfizer Academy as lecturers. And about events, I think this is a great way to be active and to have new contacts. From the very beginning, we are attending trade shows. We really enjoy CPHI. This year we went to Frankfurt. Next year we will go for Barcelona. We are planning to join global conventions like Bio International Convention, Bio Europe, where we could talk about out-licensing our R&D solutions and also meet investors. Also very nice national events take place in Poland. So Bioforum, we attended it this year. Just a week ago, I attended Deep Tech Summit. It was also a very good event. And to get to scientific people, we need to attend scientific conferences. This was a busy year for us. We attended 9 different meetings, and we attended both scientific conferences to make new connections with scientists, and physicians, but also we attended a lot of meetings where we could meet other founders of startups, but also investors and business people. And business development activities are very important to make a company visible, to enter into new collaboration, to make business get new projects, and it translates to cash at the end. It should. But the core thing is the strong support of technical team, because you can have new nice connections, you can get nice contracts, but in fact, the thing that needs to stay just behind business development people needs to be strong technical team that will execute projects, that will write excellent reports and document what they did, that will take part in technical discussions, and all things that support and are very helpful for business development are also positive PR, and they are. So good looking website, nicely written documents, as our business card for the company, and it helps. And of course, contacts. As to sum up and give my personal input about business development, I think for me, in my opinion, very helpful is being people friendly and have positive attitude, because business development is all about relationships with people, not with companies. In fact, you are meeting representatives of different groups. It's good to be careful listener and have a good memory to well understand the stakeholders, understand their needs, and understand what kind of information they need, they would like to see, and what they need in terms for example, in terms of contract. And it's good to have boss or mentor that will also share his or her experience. I was thinking and analyzing a lot how business development people from other companies work and what they did, how they contacted me when I was looking for contractors. So this is a good thing to observe, and this can be sometimes, it can sometimes even replace internal boss or mentor. And for the end, I think it's a really good experience to develop a new startup company, new venture, have an impact on the company culture, on R&D project and development. And I think the business development thing is very important to be visible and make new projects, meet new people. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ashu, for your interesting lecture and presentation of Picralida and your development path. I can believe that with the pandemics in the meantime, so to say, it was quite challenging to perform any kind of business development activities, right? And but after pandemics, I must admit that your networking skills, they work perfectly, and I'm sure that in a short while everyone will know about Picralida very well, because the events that you attended last year, this year, and next year it will be a lot of them again. And I'm even more thrilled that you're planning to come to BioConvention, which I personally find as a most important networking event in biotech globally. And I'm even more than happy to just give you a very small, reveal a piece of secret that Bioforum made a reservation for the National Biotech booth in Boston. So I'm very happy. Can't give you more details about that, but yes, please, and hold your fingers crossed that everything will work out. And actually, I'm pretty sure it will. Nevertheless, I think it's very, very important to be heard. So to go out of your comfort zone and contact people. And speaking of contacting people, I also wanted to ask you, because you mentioned those business opportunities that, like the example that you reach out on LinkedIn to Novasum. But do you use as well this tool in order to find mentors or experts, international experts, and so-called gray hats? I don't know if you're aware, you're familiar with this term, but probably you are. The thing is that how do you select and reach out for the experts that could contribute to the development of Picralida?
So I think in the main way is our network and contacting our friends to recommend another expert. And I think this is a basic line of attack, let's say. But I'm also psycho fan of LinkedIn, and I'm also observing many people. And when I see someone is an expert in one of the areas, I do not hesitate to contact them. Just recently, I found a person, I think he's a scientist from China, and he's giving great brief articles about ADME and PK. So I'm also identifying people that I could contact in the future by LinkedIn.
Yes,
and this is my basic source of any news. So.
Yes, I mean, I personally, I'm aware as well that LinkedIn, this internet source of contacts as LinkedIn works pretty well, and I'm very happy that you're pointing out that this international cooperation, that you're not kind of limited country-wise, and this was also mentioned before in the previous session, where Ala Santos from Polonium Foundation, she pointed out that Polish or in European startups, they need to think global-wise. and they need to like cross the borders in order to think about, okay, so let me look for an expert or someone to cooperate with in Japan or, you know, in a very, very distant countries. Because you never know, maybe we are also emerging market. Therefore, I think that we are also interesting partner for companies or entities that are already ahead of us.
Yes, so I think that, yes, the critical thing is to think globally, because in terms of biotech, our solutions are not dedicated for only Polish people. They are dedicated, and the recipients of this R&D results are people from all around the world. We are looking for new drugs and new solutions that help patients. And this is LinkedIn is an excellent tool to reach to people from different places. There are no borders. Of course, sometimes these people are not responding for the first time, but it's really a tool to reach to that people. And sometimes when you see that a new person has a connection to your direct contact, you can just ask for an introduction, and it also helps a lot. Like in our day-to-day contacts with people, it's easier to know a new person when we have an introduction.
Great, thank you very much. And I have a question. Is it possible for you to stay with us for the next part? Because we will talk with invited panelists about their perspective, but also if you could stay with us in order to comment on the solutions that they will present or any advices. I would be more than happy to hear also your point of view. But meanwhile, I would like to ask our online attendees for a very short break. We have around 8 minutes to grab a coffee, straighten the legs, and please come back at 1:15 to join us for panel session devoted to business development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will stay with you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you have coffee by your side and you're ready for a 1-hour panel session. That's the second part of a business development session of LifeScience Open Space. I'm Magdalena Kulczycka. I'm director of Association of Biotech Companies Bioforum. Here, I would like to welcome my panelists and guests, and either on-site and online. It's a great pleasure. Thank you very much for coming here and for being online. Hello. Let me check if the technology is good to us. So can you hear us?
Yes. Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And we cannot see Bart. I wonder if it's on our side or your camera is turned off. No, Pete, your camera is fine.
Yeah, I tried to turn it on.
No, it was fine. Not everything came through.
Yeah, there's something wrong
All
with
right.
it. I don't know what's going on.
Okay. Well, I hope that
I might have to restart. You guys go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'll be introducing panelists, so I will. I hope that you'll join us during that part. All right. So thank you very much. I would like to briefly introduce Mr. Przemysław Sulich from A1 Europe.
Yes, it's me.
Hello. Mr. Dominik Lipka from Sivento.
Hello.
And online, Professor Magdalena Król from Celis. Mr. Peter Spee. I hope I pronounced it correct.
It was horrible, but we have to live with it.
Thank you, Pete. I knew that I could count on you. Thank you. From Pure Biologics. Joanna Lipner from Picrolida that you heard before during the keynote speech, and she will be kind of listening to us and commenting according to her experience from her business development story. And Bart Dzikowski, who is who is fighting with the technique and the technology, so he's from Novartis Venture Fund. So having shortly introduced all the panelists, I would like to bring to you why I introduced like the story behind each panelist, why he is here, or she, sorry. So I will start with Professor Magdalena Król. She is a well-known scientist, but also entrepreneur with international, you attended a lot of international internships in USA, Netherlands, Sweden, and Italy. And you are also a winner of 2 ERC grants. Congratulations. And ERC named her project as one of the 10 most interesting in the last 10 years. So even bigger congratulations. You were also awarded with a lot of Polish awards and scholarships. Just to name a few of them, I won't mention all of them, for L'Oréal and UNESCO for Women in Science, or a scholarship for young scientists of Foundation for Polish Science, or scholarship of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, and so on and so forth. And you're also first Polish woman to reach the finals of the EU Prize for Women Innovator competition. Hope that's correct. And you're also founder of Celis Biotechnology startup, if I may say.
Yeah.
And you're running a Celis laboratorium, and also you're head of department in Independent Laboratory of Cancer Biology.
Cancer Biology, yeah.
Yes, exactly. At the Warsaw University of Life Science, SGGW in Warsaw. Thank you very much for being with us. Bart is still fighting, as I assume. Okay, so we will talk about him when he will join us. And now I would like to present Dominik Lipka, who is here with us. Dominik Lipka is a scientist with specialization in nanobiotechnology. You gained your PhD and education at the University of Wrocław, correct?
Correct.
Yes. And but then you cooperated with business in Poland, as I assume in Bowil Biotech?
Yeah, exactly.
In Gdańsk.
It's Władysławowo, but it's near Gdańsk. Yeah.
Somewhere there, some up north. Exactly. And but since 2015, so quite a while, you're working at Syntos as lead of R&D department, Syntos Care, that was transformed into Scivento. And now you're a director of R&D department and member of the board of this company.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for such a kind introduction.
Of course, of course. Now, Peter, I will ask you for being nice and accepting what I have here noted. Peter has broad experience in coming out from Novo Nordisk because you went a long way during your over 10 years in Novo Nordisk, from principal investigator up to director of scientific department. And then you were helping in the development of other companies, to name Fibrotherapeutics from Estonia, T-Comet from Sweden, and now you're a CSO in Pure Biologics. Is that correct? Wonderful.
Very
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And you have, please confirm or neglect or reject that you have a broader experience in drug development programs because you have experience coming from concept up to clinical development of a drug.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to add something?
No, I just because I didn't want to. So I mean, because this really helps the business development that we get later into, is that I have developed therapeutic antibodies from scratch, and one of them is now in phase 3, a project that I started in 2003. It's monalizumab by AstraZeneca. But I've also done always business development at Novo Nordisk, but also in my CTO and CSO positions. So I've seen business development both from the receiving end and from the more or less, the where you want to get investment. So I think that is something that I can bring to the table today.
Thank you. Thank you very much for filling in your experience, and thank you for being here in order to share your experience as well.
I look very much forward.
Thanks. Mr. Przemysław Sulich is here live with us, and you're as a member of a board in the past 19 years you served as a president of the board of directors at A1 Europe.
Yes, that's true.
That's true. And you've been involved, and you are still involved, in numerous committees about that advise on building programs regarding EU financing mechanisms. And to name some of them, you're involved in a mentoring pre-committee for European funds for modern economy, 2021-2027 program.
That's true.
You're external expert for Silesian Innovation Council. You're deputy of Polish-German Chamber of Industry and Commerce. and you're member of the working groups on smart specialization in Małopolska Voivodeship. Correct. Is anything else you would like to add?
No, only that my knowledge about biology or life science is much lower than you, but I'm a specialist in financing a new project, so that's why I am here.
Yes, and this is one of the most also important topics while development of very expensive development of biotech companies. So in this sense, I'm very happy to that you're here with us in order to that you accepted our invitation. And may I ask about Bart Cikowski? Yes, you're here.
Yeah, you can. I don't think I can add anything. Should we just jump into the meeting? Or are we doing intros? Is that what we're doing?
I was just presenting panelists and I just asked, is Bart with us?
I was until the coffee break when you said, let's go away and come back quarter after. And that's when everything went kind of upside down. So sorry,
but I'm even more than happy that you're with us despite technological problems. So Bart, please, hello. And I would like to introduce you as you're a very experienced person with international points of view because you gained your experience as legal authority and financial manager from Novartis corporate legal mergers and acquisition and business development groups in Novartis. And
let me maybe, instead of you trying to introduce me, I'll just tell you guys what I do. I'm a managing director at the venture fund at Novartis in Switzerland. I've been doing that for about 10 years. Before that, I was in mergers and acquisitions at Novartis. Before that, I was a banker at Merrill Lynch in New York for about 5 years. And then before that, I was in private practice, also in New York at an English law firm doing corporate M&A, securities law. Educated in Canada, but originally born in Poland. So that's kind of my connection to the group, if you will.
But also, I would like to mention that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I also found information that you were involved in board of directors in numerous companies that were bringing.
Sure. Yeah, I manage several portfolio companies for the venture fund. I manage the junior investment professionals here. I'm on the board of 3 companies right now. One we just signed to do a de-SPAC, so for it to go public. Another one, that's a Swiss one. Another one is a UK company. We had an exit of half the company to Roche about 2 years ago. We're still developing one more asset.
Exactly.
And the last one is a joint fund with the University of Zurich, where we essentially take assets and spin them out of the University of Zurich, and we create companies around it. So we've got about 8 companies which we have in the portfolio, and several of which have had actually pretty meaningful financings in the past couple of years. So one we did an Aveon, it was about 100 million raised last year from several US and big European investors.
Great, thanks Bart for those list of detailed activities. And also, since I would like to continue on this topic of developing young companies, as we heard in the presentation of Joanna from Picralida, she explained or described, I would say, puzzles that you build, from which you build a company, such as how the team looks like, what are the facilities or technological background of the company that is functioning. Like all those small things, small bits that consist for and create a successful biotech company. And I would like to ask you, actually all of you, to what do you think? What would you advise for such a young company, like, for example, Picralida, Joanna, don't take it personally, of course, but having in mind all those puzzles that Joanna described, what would you advise to include more or to focus on for such company in order to be attractive for investors or collaborators in the project? Because this is what the investors and co-developers of the projects, this is what creates the development, right? That pushes the development of biotech companies. So, Bart, actually, I would like to ask you first this question, if you could address to you this question.
Well, it's a lot. I mean, this is, I think we did another panel a while ago that this is a very risky business. So I suppose, where does one start? I mean, we typically invest in very early stage therapeutic companies. So we don't do medical technology, we don't do vaccines, diagnostics. We're very focused on sort of innovative products. And I guess the first question would be, what is the sort of scientific premise? What is the scientific rigor that went into pulling the data together? What data package do you have to present to investors? And of course, you know, one of the, I guess, disadvantages that very early stage companies have is that they also have very young management teams who may be still thinking in terms of sort of what, you know, the science and the science alone. But I think inevitably you're going to have to start thinking about a market where you'd like for the science to be applied. And I know that that typically is perhaps somewhat controversial, especially if you're working with academia and the way they think about projects. And then if you have investors coming in, it's great to see a nice data package, but then what do you do with it? And so I think that probably the key thing is for young companies to be led by young managers who are also quite, let's say, aware that the science alone doesn't get the company funded, and they really have to start thinking about application, which I think Joanna mentioned earlier, you know, that you have to think about the patients, you have to think about, you know, where you're going to use it. But also when you present that, be realistic, and I think maybe perhaps be humble and be aware that there are many hurdles along the way. So I think the more awareness you have about the risks that you will face, and the more realistic you are about your prospects, and the more focused you are about your own research and development plan, the better pitch you're going to have. And I think the better response you're going to get. I think one of the reasons why North American companies, I'll use the broad term, North American companies, that you have, I think there's a kind of this culture of entrepreneurship, and pitches are typically done, we often see a little bit better than European companies. I mean, I'm based in Europe, I'm a big fan of European investments, but we often see that management is young and sometimes somewhat inexperienced, and sometimes maybe too ambitious. Like, it's great to be ambitious, but it's not realistically ambitious.
Okay.
So I don't want to sort of, that's where I would maybe start, and that's maybe let others chip in and pitch in.
Magdalena.
Can I add to that? Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I actually, sorry, Pete, I would like Magdalena to comment on it, because I think as a very experienced also scientist, she could comment on what Bart said.
Yeah, I totally agree. So my field of research or product development is a bit different, because I work with cell-based therapy, and there is no expertise in Poland for such a product. And development of innovative product really requires a very broad network of people, and discussions with agencies, with experts on the next steps, how to develop the product. And it's really crucial for the company to have experts from totally different fields, people taking care of IP, of toxicology, of quality of the product, CMC, manufacturing, and regulatory, and also business development. And as I said, in my field, it's really difficult to find experts in Poland. So we simply don't have success stories and we don't have good biotech environment. And that's why it's really important to look for experts outside, because we simply cannot risk the project just learning from our own mistakes. And I think it's also very important to really collaborate with experts in the field. So like doing some parts of the product development or some research in laboratories that belong or are managed by key opinion leaders in the field. So, for example, we work with University Hospital of Zurich, where we run the most important and the most advanced research. Because it also gives us a kind of stamp or certificate that it was done in proper way on proper animal models by really key experts in the fields that are well known. So.
But do you, when you're, for example, planning the mode of action for Celis, do you also think about what Bart just said, that you're thinking like which spot on the market Celis will take?
So we meet with many big pharma companies, with venture capital investors, and we know that our therapy, because it's off-the-shelf therapy, that it's allogenic therapy, there is still place on the market for that innovative solution. But of course, and we target still unmet medical needs, solid tumors. So yeah.
Okay, thank you, Peter.
Yeah, actually, I would like to continue where Bart left the discussion, because this is exactly my kind of point of view. So I've never been head of BD, but I've been involved very much in BD when I was at Novo Nordisk. So looking at tons of projects coming by and see what are the pitches. And to be very honest, I mean, but I'm sure you recognize it. Another presentation with a very nice compound, another antibody cancer drug. It always works well in cells. It always works brilliantly in a mouse. For some reason, in the mouse model, the PD-1 blocker never works in the model, but that drug works. Safety was clean. Mouse lost a few hairs. The monkey lost a few hairs, but that was it. You go into phase 1, somebody got sweaty feet and a headache, and there was one, partial responder. And then you sit there and you have to somehow judge if you want to make a 40 million, euro investment in a project. And you have literally nothing to cling on to, because you've seen these projects come by en masse. They're always very enthusiastic. They're always very good, well prepared in their kind of scientific territory. But very often you miss a few things. One is that we all know that what works in research, 90% is likely safe in a phase 1 trial. When you talk about antibodies, or 70-80% in a phase 1 trial. But even of the ones that make the phase 1, so they're safe, 90% never makes it to the market. So the people that sit on the other side somehow, need arguments to judge a program on becoming successful in phase 2. Or when you're Novartis, you can say, well, we just buy it after phase 2 because we have that power, right? But that's very few. So I think as a small startup company, you somehow need to anticipate on that world. I think the first thing that you need to do, and I think that's also what Bart, somehow pointed to, is create a very clear story. What is it that you want to achieve with your product? And I do think that a good project does not start with good biology, it starts on the other side. What is it that you want to do for your end customer? And here comes the surprise. For you as a small company, the end customer is not the patient, it's Novartis, if we take Novartis as an example. Because that is where you need to create a package where you can start to think of out-licensing. Of course, in the end, the product is a bit provocative, I understand that, but I guess you catch my drift, right? We need to somehow create a very, very clear story how our drug is going to be a product in the end, and build that storyline of experiments that somehow consistently, feeds into that narrative of that story. I think that is what works best. and somehow also be very realistic about timelines, realistic about costs, and where are your risks, because risk is also a very important parameter in judging a project. And on top of that, once we have that whole story, right, it's about, is it actually a management team and a financial situation of a company that can bear this? So all those elements, I think if you're a startup company, it sounds a little scary maybe, but you somehow need to address this. Because else it's not going to work out. So at Pure Biologics, for example, before I came, not to overstate my own role, by the way, but we were all very much focused on first-in-class drugs. It could not be innovative enough. We would do fancy animal models. But we only create more risk in late stage. The more fancy you make a molecule, the longer it takes before you know if you have risks that cannot pay out. For example, immunogenicity. Any protein that you make, in the end, may fail due to immunogenicity in clinical development. That means 5 years down the road. So in order to mitigate that, we have taken the very opposite approach and say, what are our closest competitors? And there's none of Novartis, by the way, but all the other ones we have, most of them, listed. What are the closest compounds to what we want to do? Can we make, and so what we do is that we look at our projects and say, what is the closest ally, the closest competitor in early clinical development? And if that project actually gives already good results, can we markedly improve this? So that actually means that as a strategy, we actually jump over what is called this translational gap. Right? We know that if we make the same compound in the same patients, in the same study, we get the same kind of results. So if we now markedly improve it, that is the risk that we only take. And with that narrative, you can create a story where from the earliest of development, we constantly compare us with the compounds in early clinical development. So I think this is just an example of how we do it. But I do think that somehow as a startup company, you need to create a very, very clear narrative and create a very clear storyline that you constantly refine. Okay. That's my big pitch here for today. Sorry, now I got it all out. Sorry for the long monologue.
No. That was very interesting because actually this relates very much to what Magdalena said, that you need those diversified team with a whole bunch of experts covering various fields in order to create this kind of package with the right message to funding body, right?
Yes and no, it's not mutually exclusive. But my point I tried to make is I would not start with the team, I would start with the question. Formulate the right questions to where you want to be once your product is there.
But the thing is, to formulate the right question, you need to think out of box, have in mind various perspectives. And when you're a scientist that is starting a startup, you're so much involved in your science that you need external support. This is what I mean.
And simply as a scientist, you never have that knowledge. For example, with CMC, with IP, with toxicology, quality of the product. So,
couldn't agree more. I don't agree. So once we make that product idea, of course, we go to KOLs and see, listen, is this applicable for how you want to, especially cell-based therapy, right? I worked on cell-based therapy here before. That's a very kind of specific kind of thing, right? Because there's a lot of logistics, how you're going to do this. Patient needs to be there when, dependently if it's an allogeneic, off the shelf, as you say, or it's going to be autologous, right?
Yeah.
The idea is simple, and as long as you're in a mouse, the mouse is patient, right? But the patient is not patient, right? So, yeah, I agree, very much agree.
Hey, Peter. I mean, I think sorry to jump in. I was just thinking. First, I'll distinguish because you referenced Novartis a couple of times. I mean, just to be clear, the way we operate, NVF operates, is we are behind an information wall, so to speak, vis-a-vis Novartis. So we invest sort of irrespective of how Novartis would or would not do certain things. So actually, when we do our diligence, we typically go external. So we talk to external KOLs, which kind of leads to the point I wanted to make, because it is kind of chicken or the egg. Like, what you described, Peter, is a model that I think is, I would call it a mature model. So I think what I'm hearing is, on the one hand, Magdalena saying, look, I'm just assuming Magdalena, but let's say Jana, Magdalena, and whoever else, they're sitting perhaps still within academia, perhaps still within a research lab. And it's the idea of accessing that knowledge base to actually get to what you're talking about. Because you're talking about, I think, a much more mature team. Like if somebody comes to us with that kind of a pitch, we know that they've probably already worked through all of those challenges for at least a year to get, like, where do I go? You know, and for example, for us, you mentioned, Magdalena, having work done at University Hospital Zurich. I mean, that's great, but then often the question is, well, if it's done in a purely research setting, are the right experiments being run? And then you have to answer, well, they are, because we didn't just talk to the professor. We spoke with former chief scientific officer of Novo Nordisk or some, you know, pharma company who's now a consultant, and he or she helped us to formulate this idea about what the best experiment would be. Because, you know, there's always the risk of running the wrong experiment, which is going to show you exactly the thing you don't want to see. And then to Peter's point, indeed, it is true that you have to sort of strike a balance between, you know, what am I trying to achieve? I think some people, some founders think I'm trying to build a pharma company. And I think that is exactly where we don't invest. Because, you know, we're not interested in sort of funding a company from, let's say, the lab all the way through to being a Genentech or an Amgen. It's just not our model. We don't have the capital for that. What we're looking for is a company is going to prepare a package, indeed, that is acquirable by a big pharma partner. But then, Peter, on the other hand, you do want to have, because you said the target isn't the patient, it's the pharma. I agree to a point, because
it's
I think
a provocative statement, but I think it's
no. Because I agree with you, because you know my question in a pitch is going to be, well, who's going to buy this? And it's not about. It's actually who's going to buy it. Actually, let's face it. When you say patient, I say patient, you say pharma. What we're really talking about is payment and reimbursement, which is in between.
Of course,
right?
Of course.
It's the means to get to a patient, but for a pharma to buy your product, it can't be non-reimbursable, right? It can't be sort of like, well, who's going to pay for it? So I think there is that balance. But again, it's all about the market, right? What does the market look like? And if you're in a particularly innovative space that doesn't yet have a market, that's exciting, but then you need a whole other group of investors who are willing to, you know, every fund has sort of a balanced portfolio approach. Clinical, preclinical, maybe some discovery. And I think, you know, you have to also understand where you will fit in, you know, in the space. If you're going to be discovery, it can't be a me too or a somewhat better improvement. It's got to be truly innovative. And you really have to then have the right people telling you that it's truly innovative. But guess what? How the hell do you become truly innovative if there are no experts out there to advise you that you're actually going in the right direction? Look, all of this is actually coming because I just spent half an hour, spent half an hour talking about a deal flow that we have. And we are seeing companies in the Nordics, for example, that have really interesting stuff, but we're trying to figure out how the hell do you develop this? Sorry, go ahead.
Now, I just wanted to, because in order to bring this right pitch, right package to not the patient, but the company that would invest in you or help you to continue with the project, you need to somehow, I would like to get back to earth and say something like, but the company needs to survive. You know, it's like, okay, you can use the friends, fools, and family, the rule of 3F, in order to survive or get the expertise that you need, as Magdalena mentioned before. But at the same time, like, company needs to live out of certain, like, you need to pay money to the people that bring value to the company, right? So as I see it, and that's the question, actually, is that diversification of activity or the business model in a company, is it a solution? And this question I would like to address to Dominique, because according to your experience as a R&D developer, but at the same time, you're working in a company that also is thinking about manufacturing. So how do you combine those, so to say, from my sense, two activities without losing the scope, and in order to also to get the funding for survival?
Basically, as you mentioned, Syventa is the company who is manufacturing a lot of very different things, basically in some way in the similar area, because all the things that we manufacture, that we develop and manufacture, are related with lipids nanoparticles. But the first thing I think that when we start thinking about the money, we told ourselves is first we need to learn how to walk, then we can run. So we start with very simple project, but those projects allow us to earn quick money. So first things that we developed was food supplements, for example. We can sell those food supplements to our partners, but still we were developing our current project that are going now related with RNA-based therapeutics and the solution for RNA-based therapeutic. But we've got the money for this simple project.
Exactly.
That we can capitalize in very short time. That was first thing.
Right.
Second thing, I think Bart mentioned very important thing. We try to be realistic, and we try to be sure that the tasks that are given us are able to be delivered. This is something I think very, 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 very important.
Delivered to whom?
Deliver to our partners, for example, deliver to ourselves is depend on the project. But because, as I mentioned, also what is very important, Syventa work as a CDMO company. We support, and in purpose, I will not say our customer, but our partners in many different projects. And sometimes our partners came to us and told us, okay, I've got a great product. I want to deliver it to the market in next 6 months. Okay, it's look nice, but when we look at the process of development of the product, it was unable to do this. So sometimes it was even that we need to choose the project that is able to be delivered on the market, and because we need to earn, of course, the money, because that was the purpose of every organization. So we need to wise choose which project on which step we can run, and at the end, finish and deliver.
So, as I assumed, you combined two mode of actions, right?
Yeah, there was of course a lot of different mode of action too, because
I mean, but manufacturing and R&D development of bigger projects.
Exactly, exactly.
Okay, Joanna, is it because you mentioned in your presentation that Picralida also has this CRO leg, so to say, and does it enable you to have this revenues in the short term in order to perform some more advanced projects?
So this R&D service enables us to work on our own R&D projects and be a little less dependent on grant funds and investors. But this is also a challenging thing when discussing with investors. And we have a strong feedback that the best way would be to split the company, as Selvita did some time ago, and split the company for strictly biotech R&D part and service company. And this is the probable way we would go, but we need to be a little more bigger to have a team to split. And this is a considered scenario. We will see what the future brings.
All right, great. So, and you also mentioned about the projects financed from national agencies or EU funds. Przemysław, could you comment on it? Like, are EU funds eligible for developing biotech companies? Because biotech business, as we all know, they're relatively specific because this investment is rather very money consuming and giving revenues in the long term. So is it possible to have this kind of long-term perspective in EU programs for financing biotech projects?
Of course, you should, because if you want to fly like a rocket, you need a fuel. And the source from EU is a very big sack of money, and you have to implement in your development. We are in this industry for 20 years. I see a lot of obstacles before this or another small company who want to develop their project. But yesterday I called to one of my experienced friends from your industry and asked him to give me or his younger or less experienced colleagues one advice, what to do to survive and to develop. And it was a brilliant to hear, because he said, think what the other party wants from you. Whatever you are preparing EU grant proposal or talking to venture capital, think what they want from you and give it to them. And so you have to have many different languages, many different masks, and different arguments for every party you are talking with. And my point of view is that if you spend 20 or more years in biology or medicine, you are smart enough to learn almost everything. But if you are trying to catch everything, it's not a good idea. Concentrate on what's your main factor and hire the rest. Whatever he's a lawyer for IP property, consultant from accountant for your liquidity, or consulting company from EU grounds, concentrate what you are the best at.
I understand. And also, it's like from what we're discussing, the picture I'm getting here is that in order, accordingly to whom you present or to whom you're talking, to which kind of financing body, you need to prepare the right package, the right message, right? But then how about combining this, those two aspects? And what I mean by combining is such a term called so-called smart money. And I'm sure you came across this term that describes the financing with the expertise of the financing body. Yes, Magdalena.
If I can jump in. Yeah, so the smart money offers you EU and, for example, European Innovation Council. And I can give you an example of my story, because according to my experience, it's even easier to get European money for innovative projects than to receive national funding. And so it is. It should be expected that national experts can have some difficulties in understanding of innovative projects. And I had that case with NCBR, that I applied for the project that was not understood by the experts, and I didn't get the project. But I just copy-paste the text of the project and applied for EIC grant, and I got it. As the first Polish company, I got EIC funding. It was just announced a week ago. So never give up applying for this European funding. But according to my experience, also much easier to do that project, European project, because Polish national agencies are very stiff in terms of project implementations or the paperwork that you need to have, and they try to put in the same frames projects from different disciplines or from different sectors. So they are very often not flexible enough to really support innovation that is beyond that frames. And moreover, sometimes contracts with these public institutions are creating in the way that paralyze subsequent investment steps. And in biotechnology, repeated rising of capital is normal stuff, normal thing. So better apply for European funds.
Amazing. That's kind of sad, true story, I'm afraid.
It's life. Yeah.
Can I add something on that grant funding, because that seems to be a very kind of a fundament of Polish biotech. And I get a little bit the impression, I've only been there for 1.5 years, and we at Pure Biologics have quite a few of these grants and just got selected for 2 more. So we actually find, from a money perspective, we find it very pleasant. But I also feel a little bit, as you say, they're very rigid. Although not as rigid, because when I came here at Pure and I wanted to change, certain projects, they did accept it when you come with reason. But I had mostly to fight the internal bias here, that they were flexible. What I feel is a little bit of danger with these grants is that they are very much also used, at least when Pure started, by more or less academic founders, right? And they see them as some kind of extension, kind of opportunity to step out of academic research, but somehow lack the knowledge to make a biotech. So it's a continuation of, university research under a company banner. And maybe I think what is very important in these kind of grants, that there needs to be an instant focus on actually developing it as a business. And I also think that therefore these grants need to be much more dynamic, in that you are allowed to change according to your findings and according to changing market situations. We have a few of those kind of issues in our own projects. They're great to kickstart, but I'm afraid that many of the companies will die in the end of funding if they are not educated actually to bear their own crosses. That's what I'm afraid of. And I think that is also in part because these grants are substantial. I mean, we just got 2 ABM grants for 50 million zloty, right? I mean, we need to add 20, but still 20 each. Here in Wrocław, we have this fantastic university tradition, but very few people with industry experience, right? And most of them that are either at Kapto or at our place. So these grants are going to be built on very much attracting very young, very ambitious, very good academic people. But they do not have the biotech culture, right? And that needs to be educated. And when you create companies with so many academic people, it's very difficult to create actually really biotech culture. So one way we do it at Pure Biologics, that's where I am, is that we actually make an active policy in recruiting, and I'm one of them, people with big experience from the outside, big pharma and small biotech, get these people to Wrocław, have them here for a couple of years. I mean, foreigners never going to stay, and make sure that these people kickstart your company, as well as educate the next generation. That is our active policy. I mean, it's going to be done with, falling, standing up and falling again. But that's our policy. And I think that is maybe also something to add to these kind of grants. Grants are great, but we somehow need to develop the company with it and not just about
Yeah. And this is somehow like combining the funding from a national agency and using this money in order to get the smart people that will elevate your company, right? And this was also one of the topics during the today morning's session. And Dominic, I think you wanted to add something.
Yes, because in Sivento we've got very specific history related with grants and funding from national or European agency, because Syvento is mostly focusing, as I mentioned at the beginning, on the GMP production of nucleic acid and then formulating it and fill and finish. When we saw how looks the market in Europe for such a services, if you want to produce your products in GMP standard and do clinical trials, you can, sometimes you can wait up to 2 years, because this is how looks timelines now. But most of the funding agency, they told us, okay, we don't give you any money because you are not innovative. There are some companies, there is BioNTech, there is Moderna who do this. Well, you are not innovative. So this is something that for us as a CDMO company who provide such a services was a huge problem. So we need to earn our money by ourselves, because from any grants, I was unable to receive some fundings. That was a huge problem for us. Even that we saw that there is a huge lack of such a services in the market. But nevertheless, especially for Polish agency, we are not innovative. They told us even once, okay, there is Moderna who did similar things. What do you want to do? You are not innovative in any way.
And this is something very important what you're touching on, that because I see also Polish biotech market, sorry, to be more specific, as also interesting market as a manufacturing site, because we have specialists and we have like very good quality specialists that can work and contribute and learn at the same time from international partners that would come and create orders. Yes, Joanna.
Yes and no, because in terms of, for example, CDMO and manufacturing of drug substance and drug products, I would, sorry for that, but in my opinion, there is only one company that has enough experience to provide this kind of service. And in my opinion, ProPharma that enters this CDMO business is the only company. Now we are, for example, for our company, we are looking for a manufacturing place to manufacture drug product. And in Poland, there are very limited places where you can manufacture IMP for clinical trials. And it's also the capabilities of these manufacturing places are also very limited, because you can manufacture tablets or capsules, but if you would like to have vials for sterile injections, I haven't found a place to do a clinical batch. Of course, there are places that are doing manufacturing of drug products that are for marketed drugs, but this is a different story.
Okay,
Dominique? And this is exactly what I was talking about, because when we told the Polish agency and we told, okay, we want to provide company in Poland services related with sterile production, mRNA synthesis, LNP formulation, and etc. And they told us, but this is something that is not innovative.
Of course.
Yeah. There is a lack of such a service on the market, but nevertheless, you are not innovative. So what's the problem?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, but Przemysław also wanted to say something. Sorry, Pete. Przemysław, her hand was before. Yes.
Innovation is only a definition. So I could not agree that it's very difficult to find innovation, because it depends on the language you are using for the other party. You have to, I think, that you have to digger and find a specific problem your company would solve and deliver. And one example, ArcelorMittal produce steel. It's a very old product. They got in Poland over 200 million zlotys for innovative projects. So I think we could find almost in every company, in every process, something which is innovative on the level of company, of level of nation, or above. But it's a business decision to get into or to leave a project and do on your own.
But what was one word? But what was very funny, of course, when we talk with national agency, for them it was not innovative. But when we talk with private investor, they told us, okay, it's nice and we want to invest.
Yes, I know.
So it's the same thing as Magdalena mentioned before about the EIC grant, right? So copy paste, different institution, right?
That's why we are trying to change this attitude.
Excuse me, Magdalena?
Different level of experts and also business experts, pharma experts, and not only university experts as it is usually observed in Polish agencies.
Yes, Peter?
Can I add an element here? And it's a little bit sparked by the current discussion.
At the very end, thank you.
Sorry?
We are supposed to finish in 4 minutes.
Okay, I'll make it short.
Give me the spark.
Okay, let it be something for our next session then. We are talking about Poland, and about Poland. And, maybe because I'm not Polish, that somehow stands out. I think about it. What we need to do to grow biotech in Poland is, if we want to rely on internal investment, we need to educate investors because they're not experienced. So we risk our business, right? And big part of our education is actually to explain how investment in biotech is return on investment. It's a long-term investment. Biotech is a global business. Why would I choose, a Polish manufacturer if I can get a better deal over the border, right? We live in a global world. And that's the same for the market for investment. I think we should really go in Poland and start to somehow maneuver this biotech ship into international waters, because there's so much to build on in Poland. But we somehow need to capitalize on it and be less afraid of looking over the border. And I think in that sense,
definitely.
I'm inspired by your story, because for you it comes very natural, I think. But I think it should be very inspirational for other companies as well. Yeah. Did I do that within 4 minutes?
Of course. Thank you very much, because this is also what we were discussing before with Joanna at the end of her presentation, that reaching out like this internalization and I would say thinking out of the box. And what I mean is thinking cross the borders. So, and we have so many tools for that nowadays. So I think it is absolutely doable. And I really would like to continue this panel session, but I would like to ask you, every one of you, to give one advice to a young startupper, seriously, young startupper thinking about setting up the biotech business, or already is set up the company and now what to do next?
Think globally.
Okay. Peter?
Invest money in a real expert that can help you to give you the advice that you need to make the thorough first steps. Get somebody with industry experience on board. That gives you the money in the end.
But first you need money to pay him.
So go to VCs from EU and US and not start with Polish VC funds.
Okay. Then you get the money for the expert, right?
Be open.
And you've been globally.
Right. Przemysław?
Think about rough times that would come and think about liquidity of your company.
That's a very interesting point at the very end. And Bart, ta-da! You have such a great timing today.
I know. Don't fall in love with your project.
be ready for it.
Never give
Well,
it
yeah,
up.
be ready for it to fail and be ready to give it up, or be ready to have VCs or experts tell you, look, this is going to have to be done differently. I think that's quite critical for founders. I think some of them forget about the fact that it's not just their project.
That's beautiful, actually. Very.
I wish it wasn't, but it's reality.
No, I mean, I think this is something very, very, life-wise important. Like, not to stick to anything, and then because then also you're more open, right? And also in various layers of the development. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I just
to
want
all
to
of
say
you.
just on this point, Magdalena, just one last thing. Just remember, what is your job? Is your job to this one company, one project, or do you want to be a serial entrepreneur who's going to, discover new companies? And I think that's the key thing. When Peter talked about ecosystem in Poland, what you need is a series of biotech entrepreneurs. Poland has a ton of entrepreneurs. Unfortunately, it's in a different sector. And I think for biotech, you need people who have proven record of developing not just one company for 20 years based on grants, but actually developing, selling, moving on to the next thing. Sorry, that was a long closing. My apologies.
No, thank you. Thank you very much for showing up again. And I would like to thank you very much for accepting the invitation for the panel session and for being with us today. And are there any questions from the audience, maybe? Because we don't see it here in the studio. So thank you very much. I hope to see you in person in April in Warsaw to talk further on about the development of Polish biotech, and not only Polish, like global-wise. So thank you again. Thank you very much. And I would like to invite you to a third last session, fireside chat between Karolina and Magdalena about how to accelerate your business with the mechanisms and initiatives that are available.
Thank you.
And thank you very much. Okay. I wonder if Karolina and Magda are... Yes, they're here.
Yes, we are here.
Wonderful.
Good.
Thank you very much. Karolina is somehow doubled. Just 1 second. Okay. We need to wait just for a second for... Yes, perfect. Thank you very much to our technical support. Everything works, and I can welcome Magdalena Jabłońska from MIT Foundation Enterprise.
Enterprise Forum, yeah.
Sorry, other way around. Enterprise Forum, and Karolina Hyłek, business developer of development from Notterra. And Karolina is contacting us from US, so thank you very much for being with us. And I would like to leave the audience to you for your talk.
Thank you for the introduction. Maybe as a matter of introduction, we will also say a few words about ourselves so that the audience has an idea who the speakers are. So I would leave the stage to Magda and apologize for the rays of sunshine that I'm drowning in.
Yes, so maybe I will start presenting myself. So I'm currently on a position of CEO of Foundation for Technology Entrepreneurship. Foundation is organizer, operator, and originator of MIT Enterprise Forum Central and Eastern Europe Acceleration Program, which we started 7 years ago here, supporting startups in Poland, and then we also expanded our region that we want to support for the Central and Eastern Europe. And yes, a few words about the program will come later, but yes, and my background is like business consulting, so I'm from that part of the industry.
Thank you, Magda. My name is Karolina Chwałek. I serve as the Director of Business Development at Notera, which is a clinical stage startup located in Boston. We're developing NLRP3 inflammasome inhibitors. Concurrently, I also serve as a Senior Director of Development at Volo Foundation, located in Florida, where I oversee funding that we grant to academic institutions, mostly focusing on acquiring complex data sets through multi-omic approaches. Based on Magda's expertise, I would love to learn more about the program, as you mentioned, and moreover about the accelerator industry or ecosystem in both in Poland as well as Eastern Europe, so that maybe our audience can learn about what are the options for startups or people maybe who think about establishing a startup, because one needs to have long-term thinking, and how can they best leverage the institutional support that you are offering.
So starting with what were our intention to organize such a program in this part of Europe was initially we saw there like 8 years ago, we saw there was a niche, I mean a gap while we were in our previous job supporting commercialization of R&D results, that there are still a huge gap in terms of knowledge or support system for those scientists, for example, scientific team who want to commercialize their like R&D project in a way of organizing a startup company. And of course, not everyone has to be entrepreneur, but everyone who wanna commercialize their project this way should have some basic knowledge about how to organize startup business, because it's a growth-driven business, so a bit different than the standard one. And this business also is very specific in terms of ecosystem it needs in order to grow. And this ecosystem should be on a local level, on a global level as well. That's why we very much oriented into that, supporting that niche. And we also we've been looking for what kind of methodologies and network we can organize like immediately in order to start. And we decided this ecosystem works very well for many years in Boston and at MIT. So we, thanks to one of our co-founders, we organized support from MIT, and we became MIT Enterprise Forum chapter from the very beginning. So the whole, let's say, knowledge methodology we use in the educational part, we have from them. Of course, it is adapted to our region and startups we support here. So everything else is very much relevant to our local market. And so when talking about for whom is acceleration program, because it's a bit different than incubation program that we have, for example, at universities. So we are next stage to incubation. So we support companies when they need to validate their business model, and they need to validate somehow technology with the first technology recipient, or they are looking for business partner with whom they can continue developing their technology. And of course, at the same time, they look for some funding that will support those growth. And this could be VC, this could be other kind of funding. So we also organize relevant knowledge and network of ecosystem which is available with where they can look for funding. So it's in short.
Thank you for that explanation. So based on your experience over the past 7 years, what do you think is the ideal time point for the companies to start thinking about accelerator? Because there is probably some preparation stage that the company has to think about in advance. So how to approach the application to the accelerator, how to prepare for it in order to be successful?
It varies from acceleration program to acceleration program. I may say how it is organized in our program. So we look for projects that are organized by teams. So we look for some project where there is at least initial team organized and some complementary competencies. And so this is from the perspective of team. From the perspective of product, we look for mainly when we promise organizing a proof of concept project or pilot testing with some partner, we need to have product technology readiness level at least 6. In terms of life science, it could be 5 because of the nature of that products. So nothing that is like basic research. And in terms of the other limits, so we look for micro and small companies because we want to support. The program was for till now for free, so we want to support those in needs, not those who can pay for that. And yes, so we look for those companies who are ready to start verifying with real clients or real market their product.
So you mentioned something interesting in your previous response, that there are some specific aspects to Central and Eastern Europe of the accelerator. Is that somehow reflected in the application process, or later once the companies are already accepted to the program?
So the specificity lies in the maturity level of our ecosystem. This is one thing, and of course, what is the mindset here in the region, how we are organized in terms of R&D infrastructure, how business is made, and so on and so forth. So because when we are in the mature ecosystem like Boston is, so everything is very easy and everything is well organized. So you should not waste your time thinking what to do. There is everything. You just follow the rules, and also you can easily grab any information you need. While in Poland 7 years ago, it was not that easy. So that's why we adopted the method. So this easiness we need. There was a need to organize the same way, but having those resources we have. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that's why we started organizing for example, mentorship program in a way that was organized in Boston. And with support of people who are mentors, experienced mentors, and they come from those developed markets. So to accelerate the process of adopting that knowledge, we used those ready to go people and methods.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. So when a company is thinking about applying, maybe you could speak a bit about what are the benefits that the company can expect out of participation in the program, and also how the process looks like. Like, is it something extensive where the companies need to spend a lot of time preparing for? How does the application process look like? And most importantly, what's the success rate of application based on the volume of applications that you received in the last few years?
So the application form is now, I think, very easy to fill in compared to what we have in the beginning. So it's now shorter and easier, and these are like standard information that every pitch deck should consist of. And when talking about the process, so we look for, because one of the benefit in our program is that we have business partners that look for some solution they immediately can start testing. So as a priority, we look for those solutions. So startups providing that solutions, and so they need to fulfill some certain criteria, which are set not only from the formal perspective, but also for how this solution is organized. From technology perspective, from even what kind of other tests they run with other clients or other countries. Depending on the partner, there are some certain requirements that need to be met. So first we recruit, and usually we receive around 300 of applications, from which we select maximum 25 team. Last time we selected almost 25 teams, and it depends. There are cohorts that we select only 15, so we are very selective.
So that depends on the number or the type of companies that you select for a given cohort. Does it depend from the type of partners that you have at the given moment for the program overall? Okay.
In majority, yes. Of course, there is a certain number of startups that we accept, even though they are not best, let's say, match to our partner. But we see a huge potential, or we see this company can grow faster if supported, and we want to help them. So we always select a certain number of startups with high, let's say, call them high potentials. Because depending on the partner, the truth is that depending on the partner's matrix, innovation matrix, we look for sometimes solutions that exist on the market, or at least there are many startups that may provide such a solution, but we look for the best one. And the best one in terms of the expectation that are set, yeah. So that's why we sometimes reject very good projects, but from different reasons. One reason is that they are not they do not fit to our partner, or we see that they need to rework something, yeah. And many times we received the recurring ratio is like 15%. Applicants apply again, and there are some projects that after applying for 5 times they got acceptance. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I would encourage everyone who has been rejected to reapply, because in my experience, persistence pays off. So yeah. apply till you make it.
And in the application process, we always wanted to give or provide those startups that were rejected some feedback. That's why we organize an application platform in a way that we force judges to write some feedback. That's and so this is something that at least some market response is there. Yeah.
Yeah, it provides a valuable feedback and maybe a direction for improvement.
Yeah.
So you mentioned partners. What type of partners are these in terms of life sciences and biotech companies that apply for accelerator? What can they expect there?
Fortunately, from the very beginning of existence of our program, we are partnering with Adamet, and but this is very specific partnership because we work mainly with venture arm of Adamet. So we look for projects that can be interesting for this venture arm, and at the same time they could benefit from resources Adamet possess. Yeah, so labs, experts, and so on. And in the meantime, we also started partnering with other types of partners, mainly from this, let's say, industry area. We search for digital health solution or telemedicine solution, and especially it was like very growing market during the pandemic. Yeah. And we even saw how this market dynamics change while just after start of the pandemic.
Yeah, so are there any other consequences or maybe changes related to pandemic that we experienced over the last 2-3 years, and has it affected the acceleration program that you're running?
Yes, somehow very much, because we previously, before pandemic, we were organizing this program as a standard program with in-person meetings, and we organized everything in Warsaw. While when the pandemic started, we moved totally online. And we continue that, and it also proved to be beneficial for not only for us, but also for participants, because now we can accelerate startups from everywhere. So now we have participants from Canada, and we have also received many applications from Africa. So we are open for every continent. So we now have even better view on the on what kind of solutions could fit to our partners' need, and they may look for their market in this region. Yeah.
Wow, that's fantastic. Very impressive. So maybe to close the series of questions, could you tell us about a success story from the accelerator as an example to encourage everyone to apply, and also maybe to show what good can come out of participation in the program?
I think that there are many different success stories, which I call success stories, because one in the very beginning, especially with those startup founders that were finalists of our Boston boot camps. So because we in previous years we organized for best 5 startups trip to Boston for a week-long boot camp, and after those boot camp, especially those startup founders told me that it was like it totally shaken their mind and way of thinking and way of positioning themselves on a global market, which was like, yeah, it was what I wanted. Because going to Boston is not like a trip to have fun, but to learn how to position yourself, because in many cases they were too early to start their business somewhere, for example in Boston. But even following those success stories in other countries is something that you can learn from. The other success stories were when there was, and this is the one that is the most common one, is that we have successful pilot projects which end up in commercial implementation and 2-3 year contracts. So startups have their clients, yeah. And we also observed that in many cases after acceleration program, some of partners decided to invest into that startups, and in many cases they also there were also some motivation, especially in this life science sector, and with scientific team that are in startups, that that were their investors who recommended to apply to our program to be able to speak the same language with them. So it's also a kind of achievement if they start
absolutely
understanding what's going on and this what this definition, these different definitions mean, because I was very surprised when somebody asked me, what does it mean, this pitch or POC? What does it mean? Yeah, because it's for us, it's obvious, but not only for it is only for us. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. There is a very specific technical lingo associated with biotech. It's probably specific for every industry, and one needs to become familiar with it. It takes a while to be fluent and understand all the abbreviations and acronyms.
Yes, since I see that that we are running almost out of my time. I will now, let's switch the role. And Karolina, now I will ask you some questions, because we decided in the very beginning of when we were discussing about our panel that it's better to discuss and present both perspectives we have, because Karolina, you are in Boston, yes. So the ecosystem I like and I source from. So being there, what do you think, and being there and working with startups, how you perceive our region, and in terms of the ecosystem maturity, what kind of mindset we have that you sometimes need to change, or maybe it's easy to work with startups from that region?
So I've been in Boston for 10 years now, over a decade. Working with biotech companies from inception state, so starting from academic and up to public companies, and also had some opportunity to look at the Polish ecosystem at the same time. Because when I left Poland several years ago, the biotech scene was almost non-existent, but I was pleasantly surprised over the last years, the great progress that continues. There are some differences definitely between US and Polish or Eastern Europe biotech ecosystems, and I think it was discussed nicely also in the prior panel. Definitely, the Eastern Europe ecosystem is not as advanced. However, there is great progress being made, and there is a lot of money being pumped into this ecosystem. So hopefully, one day we will be able to achieve equality. However, I think the main challenge, which we also heard previously, I won't say anything new here, is a lack of talent, or maybe insufficient talent. If you look at the composition of Polish startups, for example, versus, or even if you look at other countries, Germany or other countries in Europe, there's a lot of first-time entrepreneurs who are coming straight from academia, and unfortunately they don't know any better. They need to experience it, learn on their own mistakes and successes. And that takes several years. As compared to US, specifically Boston, I mean, we have serious entrepreneurs who are just churning these startups one after the other, especially if they are coming out of, they have also pharma experience. So I think there is this talent gap. But I noticed some of my colleagues with whom I had the pleasure working on international scene return to Poland. So I think that might be an opportunity to bring these international experiences to Poland and build upon it. Of course, there's also a difference in terms of capital availability, right? That has also been discussed. US tends to have a stronger VC groups with higher risk appetite, but that's also progressively changing in Europe. Some of the VC funds are opening venture arms in Europe, and also the European ventures or venture capital groups are becoming stronger and are rising bigger funds over the years. So I think there's really great potential.
And what do you usually do with startups that you are advising? So what's the area you work with?
Mm-hmm. So my expertise is in early stage startups. And in this situation, one needs to wear many hats, and it's a very interdisciplinary area. So as a business development advisor, I help with everything, starting from really stress testing the potential idea that one wants to commercialize, shaping the de-risking plan, shaping the business plan, really thoroughly scoping the competitive landscape to understand who are the players, who could be the potential collaborators, what are the opportunities and gaps in the market that one could capitalize on. I also help with my network of contacts that I developed over the years across pharma, biotech, and investors. So I take a holistic advisory role from the business development standpoint that includes both business side as well as financing side, maybe outside of the legal advisory role that requires a specific type of expertise.
And basing on your experience, do you see any basic mistakes that could be avoided if, let's say, investigated earlier?
There is plenty. I mean, every the chance of biotech startups success is only 10% maybe. So there's plenty of failure stories out there. I experienced some of them myself, of course. I think one of the aspects that you also mentioned here is getting out too early. I really would encourage founders to take their time in the academic setting to thoroughly de-risk their technology and advance it as far as possible before spinning it out as a startup. That specifically applies to academia. Of course, there are certain ideas that are coming, from outside of academia. That's a different story. But there's a lot of funding probably in academia that can be used to take the specific de-risking steps. Once you get out of that support system, it becomes more challenging, and if you do that too early, you might have difficulty acquiring financing to conduct the de-risking. You need to pay a range of advisors, license the IP. There are just so many expenses. Therefore, I would really encourage everyone to spend more time on analyzing the market. Like what is actually the market I want to enter? Especially if you're on the international scene, like how does it look like outside of your country? Because US scene is not like Poland or Europe overall. From the business standpoint, from the regulatory standpoint, who are the main players? What are the opportunities that I can tap on in terms of gaps in the space? What novelty can I provide? Can I really compete with the people who are already playing in this field? Is there a space for my company? How can I quickly advance and build value? Who could be my next partner? What's the lowest hanging fruit? I mean, there are so many questions. And I think, great inspiration can be venture formation studios. There are several in Boston, such as Third Rock, Atlas, and others. If you look how long they spend on forming a startup, it's 2-3 years sometimes. It's not from one day to the other. That's why I would encourage everyone to really take their time and thoroughly investigate and think deeply about what they're about to do.
Great insight and suggestions. And we live in a very specific moment for a global scene in terms of the startup ecosystem, but also geopolitical situation. From the Boston, let's say, perspective, or the US perspective, what's happening in the world in terms of pandemic, then now economic crisis, and the impact of probably the war we have in Europe. So how it affected the market of VC, of the approach to startups in life science sector?
So I think there are drastic changes in the macroeconomic system, right? And that trickles down towards how we're looking at potential investments, both from the pharma and venture capital perspective. First, we noticed difficulties in raising crossover funds and going IPO, so going to public markets, because the investors are, less or they're more risk averse. They're less risk tolerant. Now these challenges are also trickling down towards Series B, Series A, and as well probably seed funding. Investors are pulling out from the biotech market, and as far as I know, there is no end in sight currently. We do not see any improvement. And from what I hear from my friends at Big Pharma, there are the volume of applications that they gain in terms of people, startups looking for partnership had significantly increased. Companies are getting thousands of applications per year. The same with venture capital funds. So definitely do not start too early, and do not get discouraged if you hear no or if you hear no answer. Like, you need to follow up with these people several times. And if you don't hear back, don't take it personally, because it's just, it's the current state of the market that creates several challenges, and people are just overwhelmed with the volume of requests that they're getting.
Great. So yeah, that's true, very true. And let's discuss, let's say, the common perspective, because we operate from Poland, and we try to organize some opportunities for startups from the region, or organize opportunities for corporates from the region. And at the same time, we very much promote CE startups in the US, especially in Boston. And that's why we organize those boot camps. So, but do you have any advice for organization like our, how we should now approach the supporting the ecosystem? Because it was different 7 years ago. Now we try to connect, let's say, connect the dots in terms of not only Europe, but also with the US even more. But do you think we should pay some more attention to some aspects when organizing a program or support for startups?
If it comes to life sciences, I would definitely encourage you to push the startups to really take effort into understanding the market, into understanding the regulatory landscape. And if they are developing therapeutic or interventional approaches, devices, really understand who are your end customers, like who are the patients, what type of path do they need to take to reach your desired solution, and what's the overall path to actually reach the market. And that understanding is frequently missing in startups coming from Europe. But I would also encourage you to keep doing what you're doing, which is developing a strong network of partners, because US market is very fragmented, and there are experts for everything. You need to be in the right time at the right place. So conducting any business is strongly based on the connections you have within the given industry. And the biotech industry is not that big. It's fragmented, but it's not that big, and everyone knows everyone. So it's very important to keep building that network. And as you could hear in the previous panel, I would say the same. Like keep speaking to people very, very early. Look for advisors. Look for experts in a given field. Always ask for feedback, and try to ask for referrals. Like whom can you introduce me to next? So I think it's, since the startups coming from Europe do not have frequently any network here, it's very important to create an inclusive ecosystem for them here in Boston and also in other biotech hubs that will streamline this process and maybe shorten it a bit. Where they can readily tap into people like myself and others who's been there for a while, but also have the European connection, and maybe we can build that bridge to accelerate the process.
Yeah, as I think any suggestions, like some optimistic view you may give to startups that are watching us.
There is definitely endless amount of opportunities, and they come from the most unexpected places. So always be open to new connections, to speaking to new people, even if they seem maybe not readily a fit for what you're doing, but you never know what they want to convey or whom they know or what further connections they can provide to you. So just be open-minded, be open to meeting new people, to participating in new advancement opportunities, such as your accelerator. Just keep tapping on these opportunities, and good things will come.
Thank you, and I totally agree with that, because business is made by people. So these are people that you need to be very much connected to. Thank you, and I hope that we see each other in person in Boston someday.
Absolutely, I would be happy to meet for coffee.
Or in Warsaw in April, in person as well.
Absolutely.
Karolina, are you coming?
I would love the question. To. Absolutely, I would love to go.
Just do it.
So first coffee in Warsaw.
I will book the tickets.
Yeah, exactly. No, I totally agree, because while listening to you and having, all those expectations, like, verify your idea, find a spot on the market, and then you find out that actually everything is already done, and your idea is totally ruined, and you're totally unmotivated. But I totally agree that the networking spark is absolutely the basics, or like it's the clue, because you never know. You never know what comes out, right? And like we had with Carolina, we met in Boston. In San Diego. I'm already in Boston at the Bioconvention. But yeah, like we met in San Diego, and it was like, yeah, well, we didn't see much of the match, a lot of the match at that time. But then it's like from word to word, and ta-da! Carolina is here, and I'm very, very happy. And I mean, that's the power of networking and connecting the dots. So I'm very, very grateful for your contribution today and for sharing your experience and your, like this, showing your various points of views and showing the remarks for the startups, what to think about. So very valuable chat, and thank you very much for preparing for today. And I look forward to meet you in person in Warsaw in April. But the rest of the audience that is here in Kraków in person, we will meet for the last part of LifeScience Open Space in real, so to say, at the evening's session called Inspirations. So yes, thank you very much. And I would like to welcome Kazimierz Murzyn, who's online.
Hello.
And who would like to give the final speech. And I would like to thank you on my behalf for being here and having opportunity to lead the session. Thank you.
No, please stay with us. It will be not any kind of final speech. Actually, I was thinking, what can I say smart at the end? But when I was listening what you have talked about just recently, the last 5 minutes, for example, that's everything what I could say. Actually, that the connecting people is a key. That was the main purpose of LifeScience Open Space. This is a conference about collaboration, and we aim to provide as many possibilities for collaboration as possible. It wasn't many, but still, I believe those opportunities were valuable. So I'm very happy to have you on screen at this moment. Have you on this conference, on this meeting. I hope the discussions you did have were inspiring enough to let people ask more questions and connect with you and be present actually in this area. Hopefully we will meet in Warsaw, and then hopefully we will meet in Boston next year, sorry, and there will be even more opportunities to talk. Thank you, Magda, for running this, for inviting so beautiful guests and leading this discussion, and thank you for leading the whole panel or whole session devoted to business, life science business development. I think you also mentioned about what I wanted to mention, that we will meet again today afternoon on the inspiration sessions live on Kazimierz in Kraków. And although this is the session within the LifeScience Open Space conference, this will be totally different one. From one point of view, we hope not to talk too much about business, but from the other point of view, this will be networking. You never know what will happen, and most probably few nice connections, few nice relations may be still established, and you will be participating in this event afternoon. We'll leave this event even more motivated and inspired. So thank you very much. That was the last session, last online session on the LifeScience Open Space 2022. We will invite you for the next year in November. The subject for the next year will be pretty much similar, although might wider. I mean, healthy aging and healthy living and aging. Again, this will bring together three dimensions, three major value chains: health technologies, food technologies, and environmental technologies, which all collect and combine into something we can experience to have longer, healthier life. And I think that's enough for today.
thank you again, and see you later on Kazimierz.
Thank you very much.
Who will come, of course, and who will not come, see you whenever there will be occasion, opportunity.
Business opportunities happen all the time, so.
And collaborations happen because of collaboration, so.
Thank you very much, Kazimierz, and yes, hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
And
that's it.
In
yes.
whichever form.
Exactly. See you. Bye.
Thank you.
In Krakow, a remarkable journey awaits you through time and culture, science and innovation. From the foundations of an ideal city, Nowa Huta, golden dream of socialism, to the medieval city center. Besides monuments entered on UNESCO Heritage List, Krakow has something else to offer. People. In Krakow every year, close to 200,000 people complete their higher education. This includes almost 6,000 foreigners. These are specialists in almost every field, from IT to biotechnology. No wonder that global players open their affiliates in Krakow. Krakow has become the center for modern services in Europe. Krakow is also a mecca for innovative business. From small catering units to internet startups, a few of them have become world-famous brand names. Our town is called the Polish Silicon Valley. By investing in infrastructure and transport systems, we draw closer to each other. Local public transport is considered to be the best in the country. The blue trams and buses carry 250,000 passengers each day. The map of the town shows that museums play a special role, especially those that have outstanding collections uncomparable with anything else in the world, as for instance the Museum of Aviation or the Wawel Royal Castle. Here you will find in this part of Europe the largest library with access to books that constitute not only Polish heritage but also that of all Europe. Old and modern architecture are the town's strong assets. In these interiors, not only are extraordinary concerts held, but also great sports and artistic events. One of these extraordinary places on the map of Krakow is the Malopolski Garden of Art, an area for the implementation of innovative art projects combining many fields of art. Krakow, due to its center of congress, has become one of the leading places in Europe where both cultural and trade events are organized. Krakow is increasingly associated with excellent cuisine. Its restaurants, offering both traditional Polish food dishes as well as those representing other, often distant lands, gain recognition amongst residents, tourists and culinary experts. Hidden in the medieval cellars or located in sophisticated townhouses, vibrant centers of social life may be found. Krakow is a town which is unique, intriguing and surprising. A unique mix of history and modernity inspires action. Experience Krakow.